right, friends, welcome. We are going to play some D&D. There we are. Everybody's here. Well, almost everybody. Thank you for your patience, all several hundred of all of you who've been sitting there quietly, not rioting, waiting for us to come live. Slobs decided to let me know I needed to download Fresh Drivers video graphics drivers, so that was kind of cool as I tried to go live. So, but we have overcome. I cast Counterspell on Streamlabs, and we are here. So, actually, I think what I did is I cast Cure Wounds on my graphics driver. But, yeah. Welcome to Saturday night edition of Secrets of the Flanaess. Normally, we are on Sunday afternoons, 1:30 Eastern, but we're doing a little life hack to end run around some life things. And we still couldn't get fully staffed for the game, but we're doing the best we can. And so, super stoked to have everybody here. I am Scott, also known as Wily Hobbit. I'll be your dungeon master. Let's go around the horn. As you see, the bottom right window is dark. Baldwin O'Farrell, played by Enoch Pratt. Tim, the real person, was unable to join us tonight or tomorrow. And so Baldwin O'Farrell actually has some business in town that he will be attending to as tonight's session goes on. So let's go around the horn. We'll start immediately to Baldwin O'Farrell's left as you're looking at the screen and introduce our goblin-y friend, Blarg. Thank you for that sub there, Guild Superior. That's you. Strong hatred of weevils, yes. They really are. I mean, if we're being completely honest here, they are. Yes, weevils are a thing. We can't hear Blarg. That's weird. Let me check stuff. You might have to. Yeah, you're not showing up on the meters. So, Hank, thanks for letting me know there, Darth Surreal. He did say a lot of cool stuff. Microphone. Who are we? No, it's got to be something in the stream here. Bear with me. Slobs is being a real jackwagon tonight. Let me just tell you, I have no idea why I'm not getting audio from you guys. Okay, say stuff now. Still nothing. For crying out loud, it's still not. Nothing's in the meter. Speakers, you guys should be coming through speakers. I can't imagine what the hell's happening. Yeah, check that already. Yeah. Keep talking. Nope, still nothing. Right? That'll be sure to be lovely. Output. The quaint thing about this is I've touched and changed a sum total of 0 things, and somehow the son of a bitch isn't working.
how it works.
Is it minion? Now I can't hear you at all. I'm about to try hitting it really frickin' hard. I can assure you of that. All right, Zoom settings. Oh, wait, did I can hear him. No, I can. Yeah, I can't hear Chad at all. I don't know what's going on there. Now we can't hear again. How about now? But now he can't. How about now?
It's like shit.
That's right.
It just happened.
How about now?
Yep.
That should do it.
Retrace your steps. You got to retrace your steps. Darth, you can hear us.
Yeah.
Give
I
us a
think
big
they got
thumbs
you
up.
now. Yeah, we got to
I
get
don't
through the
think so.
delay.
Thumbs up.
There it is. Yep, I thought so.
Diggity,
I got you.
diggity, diggity.
It's peeking across the meters now. I got you.
There. Oh,
Yep.
yes.
We're good.
We still
live.
can't hear them though.
It's the mystery of Streamlabs where you shut it all down and everything's fine, and then you open it back up and something has magically changed, albeit I've touched nothing. And
It's
here we are.
gremlins.
Yeah. Well, and Streamlabs updated because updating it always improves it. Jackwagons. Okay. I think
Okay.
we're ready to do stuff now that it's
Yeah.
30 minutes into the game. Holy cow! All right, so Blarg, why don't you reintroduce yourself? Thank you, chat, for alerting us to the gremlinoid situation. Blarg, tell us a little bit about you and your character and Weevils. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Oh my god, that was so funny.
It was this funny.
Yeah, it was like this funny.
I don't know. I'm still
That's
laughing.
pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Hey everybody, I'm Chris WikiVA on Discord and Twitch. I play Blarg, the 4th level. I've already forgotten. Goblin, rogue, inquisitive, mastermind, something linguist.
Linguist,
I literally carry this party on my very broad shoulders because I have so many skills. Blarg's a people person. He can diagnose people who are wizards, people who are possessed by demons. He's just got many talents. And he hates Weevils because they're the worst. Yeah, he is.
Thank you for very. Oh, nice. Oh, Eridith has come armed for battle. So yeah, alrighty. Let's. Hey, Carlos is up in the house. Let's just introduce Carlos for a minute. Castle Entertainment is the founder of the feast. He is the creator of the content we are enjoying here
Yes.
while on the road to Caverick's Cove. So Carlos, thanks for bouncing in, man. I know he works opposite. He's a nighttime worker, guys. So normally when we run in the afternoon, he's probably snoozing or something like that. So good to see you, brother. All right, Eridith, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, hello, friends. I'm Carl. I play Eridith Carwin, the mysterious Shadar-kai arcane archer. Arcane archer. Come on, camera. Okay, not a wizard. Okay. Let's see. Oh, now I've forgotten what funny, witty thing I will just go with. I believe I am still the tallest member of the party.
I mean, that's something.
For now.
That's something.
It's for now.
For now, yes. We are in a world where magic happens. So, for now. Nice. All right. Daryl Nimblebottom of the East Amherst Nimblebottoms.
It could be the East Amherst Nimblebottoms. That's actually interesting. But so my name's Bob and Doc Shoulder on Discord, and my character is Daryl Nimblebottom. He's a dwarf Tempest cleric, and he grew up in a village of halflings. So he's really doesn't really know much about the dwarf ways. He grew up in the Vespi Forest, and he's come to meet these adventurers in Caverick Cove, and went on an adventure already with, his brother went on an adventure with some of them, and then met up because his brother had to go to the city of Greyhawk to collect some money that was owed to his family, and he is on the search of one of his own personal quests here. So he revealed last session that he has been searching for a way to be able to rid himself of dreams that he's been having from an event where he was struck by lightning, and his god has basically forced him into almost servitude for him, and as a result, he's trying to rid himself of these, to either find a wizard, or the last session we found out that his last dream that he had was to find a weapon for his god, and he's going to try to do that to hopefully correct this. So that's where Daryl's at right now. Mentally, could be possessed by demons.
Could be. We don't want to make any assumptions, but it's possible.
Definitely not a wizard.
Definitely not a wizard, though. Yeah. There's only one wizard in this party.
There's only one wizard.
There's no wizards. No.
And last, and in stature certainly least, but not in wonderfulness. Certainly not least in wonderfulness. The one and only Hebony Cragbeam III Esquire.
Hey, it's me, Dave, Guild Superior in the chat and on the Twitches and in the Twitters. Really glad to be back. I missed out last week on some crazy stuff, it sounds like. I am playing Hebony Cragbeam, a rage tinkering gnome barbarian of wild magic flavor. And he's originally from Dim Hollow in the Flinty Hills, where he tried to defend his village against an orcish attack. They were kicked out of their village. He became a refugee, making his way across the Blemu Hills and eventually to Johnsport, where he joined a artisans guild and was summarily kicked out when he raged in the workshop and caused a ruckus with his wild magic surges. He is a reluctant, I would say, member of the party. He's a bit of a grump. But he is starting to warm up to this group a little bit, and has particularly taken an interest in the, until last week, seeming happiness of the dwarf in the party. We'll see how that goes. But he is not a wizard, but he does have a new mission as his part of his backstory, and her name is Calliope.
Oh, well, that's a fresh turn in the tale. Calliope...
Literally.
Calliope Brambleberry, one of the nieces of the proprietress Melindra Brambleberry of the Chuckling Centaur, which happens to be the inn at which the party finds themselves, not only lodging, but also supping at the noon hour. But we'll get to that in just a minute. Again, for our latecomers, Baldwin O'Farrell, his window is dark because his player is unable to join us neither this evening or tomorrow. So Baldwin O'Farrell will be... in Caverick's Cove, seeking some real estate, looking for a place to set up his parsnip distillation program. It's very well known that Caverick's Cove is, in fact, a mecca for parsnip farming in along the coast of Ratic. The Eldoran family, in fact, brought some very, very fine parsnips with them from down Southway, also amongst a few refugees from the Bone March. Yes. So you're not the only one there, Hebony, who's come a long way, in addition to Daryl and Blarg and Eredith. But many, Caverick's Cove is a bit of a melting pot, if you will. Folks, we have Schnei, we have all manner of human race and background, and quite an assortment, a collection of folks in Caverick's Cove proper. So, okay. So when last we met, episode 4, the party had come back to Caverick's Cove and taken care of some business. There had been a murder, and they helped Dunbar Fortin clear his name successfully. And they've somewhat endeared themselves rather quickly to a few of the key residents in Caverick's Cove, including Sheriff. Goodness, I just had an absolute brain cramp. Sheriff Lucan, sorry. Also to Gender Caverill, the proprietor of the Blushing Nereid. And now they've met Melindra Brambleberry, and it is her establishment that they find themselves on this, the 10th day of Patchwall, third day of the week, known as Moon Day. It's just past lunch. The party's been eating, and they've had a get-together with the Onstrad family, one of the well-to-dos, if you will, in Caverick's Cove. They donate, they philanthropize, they try to keep themselves kind of low-key, but given their beautiful home right at the center of town, rather large, stately, in fact, largest home in town, it's very clear that they do have some means, but it's not clear, besides the owning and operating of the Mercenary Guild House, it's not clear how they may have come by all these means. And of course, as in any small community, especially one as far out of the way as Caverick's Cove, tongues will wag, and there is suspicion of involvement in any one of a number of things, not the least of which being the connections they're reputed or rumored to have with one certain Overking Grenell of the North Kingdom, which is oddly positioned south of here, but at any rate, the North Province, if you will. But the party has had a couple of hours to have lunch and meet with the Onstrads. Excuse me. That would be, let's see, Vinek and his wife, Cathra. And I think we're just going to go ahead and rather than dive into it, we're going to let the party sort of recap what happened last time. So we will open the scene. It's a sunny fall day. Again, Patchwall being the 10th month. The party is wrapping up lunch. The Onstrads have just left. The dining hall is about half full now. This is the most people you've seen since in this establishment since arriving last evening to get your rooms. But it seems there's like a late lunch crowd that has filed in to enjoy the roast boar that was afforded you for lunch. Very, very sumptuous meal. Roast boar, spit roasted, in fact, roast potatoes, shallots in a nice cream gravy with a lovely cornbread and a bit of a corn chowder to start things off. And so you kind of sit back and pat your full bellies and kind of just maybe give silent thanks to a local hunter, Lucas Denner, for providing the kill that became your lunch. Melindra and her 5 nieces, Robin, Calliope, Rumble, also known as Klutz, Sunny, and Lily, tend to the guests and clean away your plates as you enjoy an after lunch beverage. And it's there we'll open the game to the party. Baldwin has just taken his leave, excused himself to go work out some real estate dealings, perhaps.
Ebony is going to blast through the door with a cigarette, looks around, sees the boys, throws it down on the ground, uses his small gnomish foot to stomp it out, says, "Did I miss the food?"
Almost as if by magic, in a swirl of her skirts and blouse, Melindra Brambleberry manifests very quickly right in front of you. "Ebony Cragbeam, how many times have I told you about smoking in the dining room and putting out your nasty, nasty cigarettes on my beautiful wooden floors? Now get that out of here, clean it up, and then let's have a nicer entry, please, Mr. Cragbeam."
Okay. So he walks,
And
turns around. He
for
walks
the love
back
of
out the
God,
door.
please bathe soon.
He walks back out the door on the way, picking up the cigarette end, throws it outside, comes back in, barges to the door, unlit cigarette in his hand. "Did I miss the food?" And he puts it in his lapel pocket and walks over. "Hey
So
guys, what did I miss?"
Daryl kind of scoots over and kind of makes a space for Hebney and just kind of, sets his plates are kind of strewn next to him. So he kind of puts the plate and fork and whatnot right there so that he can at least be able to to get in and start eating.
That was good. What'd I miss?
Well, I think we're going to go to a forge, and Daryl may be possessed by a demon. I'm pretty sure of that, and I think even our wizard agrees with that.
That tracks. That tracks.
I'm not a wizard. I'm still not a wizard.
Well, apparently he doesn't have many useful spells. They all just hurt people. I think he may be an evil wizard, but whatever.
Not a wizard. Not a wizard.
Do I
As
get
you're
a
getting-
sense that- do I
as
get
you're
a
getting
sense that
comfortable,
Blarg is a lion?
As you're getting comfortable, Robin comes out with a plate of roast boar and potatoes and so forth, and thumps it down in front of Hebney without even asking. Big tankard of ale. You've been in here a couple of times. She knows the drill. Thumps it down and smiles and kind of genuflects, as all of the service staff here does. Very for a town the size of Caverick's Cove, this is a remarkably I'd say well-to-do establishment. Everything's neat, tidy. There's very, very nice muted earth tones wallpaper above a wainscoting in the dining room, and everything's clean. The furniture is very nice. She backs away.
I'll flip her a gold piece as she
Oh.
does so.
Oh, thank you, Master Craig Beam.
Thank you, my lady.
Wiley, how many of the nieces work in here?
5.
All 5 work here, so
Oh,
they're
yeah.
all of them are running around.
Yep. They're bustling about. Some you see less frequently. You can only assume that perhaps they have kitchen duty or KP duty. It seems that Robin, Sunny, and Lily are most frequently in the dining room, where Calliope and Rumble, I think they keep Rumble in the back for obvious reasons, because she's, well, you've seen her handiwork. So,
And who was the one that was interested in adventure?
Sunny and Lily.
Okay. Well, Daryl kind of after Hebney kind of sits down and starts eating, he goes up to the kind of the front area. I guess there must be some type of like entryway where someone is greeting people, a greeting area or whatever, to try to get either Lily or who is it? Sunny?
Sunshine.
Yeah. So it's either Sunny or Lily trying to track him down.
Okay. Yeah. After a couple of moments, Lily bounces out and sees you. Oh, is there something I could get for you? You're not leaving already. Are you leaving? Or is it time to hit the road?
Yeah. So Daryl says, no. And he's fully back. He's not upset anymore. So last night was horrible. Just to bring kind of Hebney up to speed, that he totally trashed his room where he was in. He had a horrible nightmare and came out and explained to the group that was going through these kind of episodes of having awful nightmares that he thinks that were probably provoked when he was struck by lightning and then kind of called to duty by his god. And but he's back to normal now, so he's just all cheery and happy. But he's thinking about what their next step is, their next mission is, because they only got a couple days here in town before they leave. And he asked, and this is Sunny or Lily? Lily. So Lily, tell me a little bit about what your interests are.
Yes. So I'm really, really good with a short bow and arrows at shooting rabbits and squirrels, and I help get food on the menu sometimes, and I can sneak around very quietly. Yes, and I'm tough.
Have you ever been out of Caverick's Cove?
No.
Okay. Beyond
Aunt Melindra.
any of your sisters ever been out of Caverick's Cove?
No.
No.
Not since we got here. Aunt Mel keeps us on a bit of a leash, I'm afraid. But our time will come. Sunny and I, we will break free the bonds of this horrible operation, this dull, boring life, and we're going to see the world. We're going to visit the mountains and sail the Solanor and visit the barbarians to the north and kill goblins. Oh. She kind of glances over to see if in Blarg's direction. Well, and Sheriff Lucan doesn't know it yet, but if anything ever happens in Caverick's Cove, she has a sword and I have my short bow, and we're ready to defend.
Daryl kind of looks at interest because he's more thinking of the party, that could they have use for another party member that at some level, small people are helpful, and another small person's always even more helpful. And so he kind of leans in and asks Lily, do you have any really special skills, or not really? Just shooting little rabbits.
Well, Aunt Mel doesn't let us do much, and she keeps a close eye on us. But I know I could be really good at like tracking and being sneaky. Yeah, I know I can. I mean, I sneak out of here every once in a while. So
sneaky and tracking's good, especially when we're traveling over land. That's good.
Yeah. Can you get me out of here?
Daryl kind of he doesn't say anything quite right back to her. He doesn't want to pull up, make her raise her hopes too much. But he says, maybe we might be able to help you. And you don't know if there's any places around here that have anything maybe special that we might be able to buy or get to be able to help us out on our way.
Oh, well, what exactly are you thinking about? Like,
things that do special things.
Special thing. Oh,
like magical things.
Sun shower sundries, if there's any place. Marigold and Iris, the halflings.
Okay.
I'll bet they have something.
Okay. How about your aunt? Anything like, have you ever heard your aunt talking about anything that might be maybe useful when you're out there in the wild doing adventures?
She used to adventure. In fact, she keeps her room all locked, and she's got rooms inside her room, and I know there's things there. She used to adventure. She has a friend, that's that they named the inn after. She's actually a centaur, and every once in a while, she comes and visits. I'm sure.
Centaur?
Yeah, I'm sure she has stuff, but she's never let us see it.
Okay. Do you think she'd let us?
I think Aunt Mel can do magic. She keeps leaning in, trying to be, people will like walk in to go, in the dining room, and she'll kind of, oh, hello, welcome to the Chuckling Centaur, and kind of points them in the direction of the dining room. But you should be here when her friend comes. But I think Aunt Mel can do magic.
Daryl goes, thinks a little, a moment again about that, and says, I think we might have a place for you and your sister in our party. And,
her face just like beams with excitement and enthusiasm, and then she tries to just calm herself.
And at that point, he says, I need to talk to your aunt.
Yes, because she won't. Sonny and I keep trying, and we go to the mercenary guild house all the time, and Devinder kicks us out. He's such a stick in the mud. But I know we could be fine out there, especially if we had like heroes like you and the wizard and the what about the goblin? Is that goblin?
You should see his shoes.
I saw him. He needs to take care of those toes. You know what I mean? Nasty.
They're just pointing out.
Maybe. I bet Celia, if she ever comes, she's the centaur. I'll bet. You should talk to my aunt Melindra for sure.
You think that Melindra would be able to set up a meeting with us and the centaur?
Oh, well, yes. I mean, Celia comes. She doesn't. Maybe just a couple times a year. I don't know. It's just kind of random. But I'm sure. I mean, people just come in here. You can't even get a seat in here when Celia's in town.
Well, maybe it would be nice that before we leave, we got a short kind of timetable here. Yeah, we got to hop to it in terms of what we're doing here, and we're going to be probably leaving in a day or two. Do you think that
I have money too.
Mm.
17 silver pieces.
For me, it's money less important. All the money usually that I get, I just usually bring back to my church, and I usually just donate it back to.
Her eyes get really. You have a church.
I do.
A whole church.
I've got a parish, and I actually it's a long way away. It's in woods halfway across this world, halfway across this continent.
What?
Yeah, you'd never imagine.
What sort of church?
Well, I guess you'd say it's a church. It's more of like a collection of people that come to meet every once a week, and we talk about things, and we try to help people through their problems. And
she looks at you curious. You don't look like a Palor person, and you don't look like a Procan person, and you're not one of those drunk druid old faith. And she kind of rolls her eyes. The Mead people. You're not one of those.
No, you don't know my god. My god's Flanaess. But right now, I grew up with a group of hobbits, a group of halflings.
Oh, halflings are great, aren't they?
They're nice people. They've been great. I love my halfling brothers and sisters.
You need to go to Sunshower Sundries. You need to meet Iris and Marigold.
Okay.
They sell all kinds of regular things. It's like a store. But I'm sure if you talk to them right, they probably have, because they get
some special things.
I see wagons coming and going from there, and a bunch of halflings that I've never seen just kind of come in. They come down from the north. You should visit there while you're in town.
Okay, Iris and Marigold, great. But I want to talk to your aunt. We want to talk to your aunt.
Yes, I would like that very much.
Private. Okay. So Daryl at this point kind of pats her on her back. She looks excited. He's thinking of how we can actually get through this next kind of months of work, and sits back down at the table. Kind of gets something to drink that's sitting in front of him.
But before he comes back, while he's having that conversation, Blarg is going to lean into Hebney and go, "Hey, I know that I'm kind of the new guy here. And I just met you guys, and but you guys seem like really pretty neat guys, and you're like a brother to me, Hebney, already. So I think there's something you should know. I think this Daryl guy, I think he's got some issues. I mean,
What do you mean?
He's either possessed by a demon, or he may have some issues. He said he was struck by lightning. And then he can't remember stuff. And apparently
his face is all busted up.
Well, I'm not sure that's why he's ugly. But he says he was struck by lightning, and now he can't remember stuff. And last night he destroyed his entire room.
Was he hammered?
I don't know. But he came out and he said, "Oh, I destroyed my entire room, and I don't remember why I did it. I was struck by lightning."
Was hammered. Yeah.
So I think we either need to find someone to depossess him, or we need to make sure he's struck by lightning.
Second time?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can you be struck in the same part of your body 2 times?
I don't know, but it kind of makes sense.
Terrible.
I don't know, but it kind of makes sense to me that if you're struck by lightning and you can't remember stuff and you're kind of crazy, maybe if you're struck by lightning a second time, you go back to normal. That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe he should pray about it. Isn't he? He's a priest or something. He could pray.
I don't know. He listen. What he said was, said he's had dreams about his god telling him he needs to find a weapon. And at one point he said, "I think I need to kill my party members with this weapon."
Not good.
No, I think I convinced him that probably wasn't the best course to take. Because he seemed to say, "Yeah, maybe you're right about that, but I don't want to be killed by some weapon." And I suggested to him that maybe it's not his god, maybe it's the demon that's possessing him.
Could be. Maybe it's a demon pretending to be his god.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll
That's
be
that's
damned.
exactly what I was thinking. See,
You
that's
know
why
what?
you're like a brother.
I'll
You
keep
think-
an eye on him.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm worried.
We should keep an eye on him and maybe have another talk. I don't know about this, and
He's probably
compare
over there.
notes
He's probably over there trying to recruit people to our party. That's how crazy he is.
into a cult or something. Wait, are we a cult?
We could be. I don't
think
know.
so. I don't think we are. I think we'd know if we were.
Anyway, I just have some concerns, and I wanted to
can
share them
see
with
that.
you because you seem pretty wise.
Well, okay.
Other than
Where
that, I think we're going to go to a forge.
Wait, a forge for? What do you mean now?
Well,
I thought we were going after some spies or something that you'd been working with
So-
slippers, and there's like this whole
Well,
thing.
I've already got the slippers,
We got-
so we
we
don't
got
need
the
to go after
wardrobe.
those. The slippers are good. I've got those. So I think what we're doing is there's a forge where dwarves like from a long time ago created these weapons, and I think at this forge we can find these weapons.
Yeah.
And there's people in this village who are trying to help the people of the Bone March
Oh,
fight their resistance. People are being expelled from that area, and there's monsters. I mean, monsters kind of an ugly term. There's
Yeah.
goblins and orcs and stuff.
well, they're ne'er-do-wells. Let's just say that.
Ne'er-do-wells.
Yeah, they like to inflict pain and suffering. I'm pretty familiar with that area, actually. So we're headed to the Bone Marches.
So they've given us this map of where this forge may be, and they want us
You got
to
that map on you? You got it on you?
probably.
Let
Here,
me see that.
I probably took it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a
So-
peek at it.
Yeah. So they
yeah.
think if we find this forge,
Yeah.
we can get these weapons. Now, here's my concern related to Daryl. Daryl thinks he needs to find a weapon
Same weapons?
to kill his party. So we may be fostering that belief. So we'll have to watch him if we find these weapons. Make sure he doesn't kill us.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm always watching everybody. Like
I don't want
like
it to
a
turn out-
hawk.
I like life, and I don't want to die because some guy struck by lightning thinks his god's telling him to kill us with a weapon he finds. That's a lot to write on. That's a lot to write on a tombstone.
If his god's telling him to kill us, chances are he will. I don't know. I mean, that's just how it goes.
Well, we'll see about that. But yeah, so we're going there, and they want us to find these weapons and bring these weapons back so they can further their efforts in the resistance. And I think it's a worthy cause.
How
And
how
okay.
long do you think we're gonna be gone for? My list of jobs is it's growing. Yeah, I've got a lot of work to do. It's hard to find good help around here. The shop has been closed for a couple of days. I was just back the last couple of days trying to get caught up. There's a lot to do. Shit. He lights up a cigarette. It stresses me out, man.
Yeah. Well, they're going to pay us.
Puts it out.
They're
Oh,
going to pay us for the work, and these people they need some help. They're being oppressed by these ne'er-do-wells.
oh wait, shh, quiet. Here comes Daryl. Shh.
Well,
And so I took the saw and I had to repair it with some specialized. Oh, hey, Daryl.
Hey guys.
oh, hey,
Good to
Daryl.
Hey,
to see you.
Mark. Hebney, how are you?
How are you feeling today?
I'm actually feeling pretty good today. Things are going pretty well. How are you?
I am good. We're all on the same team. So, I mean, that's a good thing. Let's talk
Totally.
more about our team.
I agree. I'm trying to get a couple other people onto our team here. So I think it would be helpful for us to be able to, as we move forward, to have more maybe people that might be able to have separate skill sets that we don't necessarily have to be able to accomplish our tasks.
Like an exorcist, for example.
Exorcist? What's an exorcist?
Well, let's say you're possessed by a demon, or indigestion, something like that.
Yeah, maybe. Blarg was mentioning that before. Could be. I'm thinking there might be another way for me to be able to actually get rid of these problems that I've been dealing with.
Yeah, I was giving that some more thought, and you had mentioned how you'd been struck by lightning.
Struck by lightning.
I'm thinking, hear me out, because this may sound crazy at first, but I'm thinking maybe we get you struck by lightning a second time, and then you'll go back to where you'll go back to your your baseline where you were before,
or it'll kill you. Either way,
Daryl looks at him and says, "I had that thought, and we'll see. It might be the risk I have to take to be able to actually save my friends here at the same time of maybe righting whatever's wrong with me." And doesn't really say anything more after that.
Yeah, well, we have some options. That's a good thing. That's good to have.
Meredith was just sitting there, and he kind of looked at Blarg incredulously at the getting struck by lightning idea a second time, until Daryl said he had the same thing, and then Meredith sort of turns and looks at him, and then he just sits back and just sort of looks at both of them like, oh boy.
Unless you can find me a wizard, Blarg. Well,
as I mentioned earlier, I may be able to find you a goblin shaman, and he can, if you're worthy, he can rename you.
Besides renaming, can he do much else?
That's pretty much what they do.
Could we ask?
Well, sure, as long as he's in a good mood. And again, we can't look too tough or we'll scare him off.
Okay. So how about next time you think about if on our way to the forge, if there might be a goblin, tribe, or I don't know what oh, sorry. Goblin tribe that may actually.
I think I hear a shaman coming now.
That is the goblin shaman.
That's how they are announced.
Entourage.
That's awesome.
Wiley, you need to use that as a sound effect in your stream. Oh, that's too much. Oh boy. Okay.
Daryl.
Yes.
Daryl.
I'm sorry.
Daryl, get a hold of yourself. Daryl, have you tried? I'm sure you have. Praying about it. I mean, can't your God help you out with these nightmares and these fits of whatever the hell it was that happened to you last night?
Yeah, Daryl looks at Hebney, and again, he's happy when he's there. He's like all back to normal, and he's like, Hebney, I've thought about that, but I'm worried. I'm worried about asking the God to be able to do that. He's asking me to do something, and at the same time, I ask him to not do that. And I don't think that that's going to work. And so it's the reason why I'm here. It's to find a solution to this. I wanted to help my brother Bingo, and I took his place because he had to go back home and collect some money that was owed to us. And he's probably halfway to the city of Greyhawk by now. But at some level, for me, this has been more of a personal kind of search to be able to find some help. And I consider you guys my friends, and I told you this about what my dream was, not because I wanted to hurt any of my friends in my party. I just wanted to tell you what I'm being told, and I'm looking for a solution.
I mean, look here, Daryl, we're willing to help you and everything. You try to kill us, that's a different situation.
But no. Hebney, I never try to, honestly.
It seems counterproductive. If you could just tell your God, like, hey, God, Flanaess, we're here to help. It'd be counterproductive to kill your friends. That's all I'm saying. Think about it.
If you can find a solution for me, I'm all open. Open to my ears are open, but I definitely don't want to hurt my friends. Definitely don't want to hurt my friends.
And we're
I want to help
friends,
my
right?
friends.
We're all friends here.
We're all friends.
All right.
While Hypney's eating and drinking, is he just sort of making a big mess all over the table?
Yeah.
Probably. Okay.
Yeah.
While Darrow and Hypney are talking and when they're not looking, and I don't care if Bark's looking or not, I'll press the digitation and clean up the table a little bit.
Bit of a neat freak. I love it. Yeah. Hebney's just, there's food like falling out of his mouth. It's in his beard, crumbs everywhere.
I'll just periodically do a little cleanup.
As you're talking and enjoying your ale, your mead, what have you, Hebney's eating his lunch. Melindra steps to the table. Gentlemen, Mr. Cragbeam, good to see you're enjoying our fare. And she kind of looks down at the crumbs all over in the mess and shakes her. Said, "Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. So, how did things go with the Onstrads? What do you think?" And she looks at you with a very knowing look on her face.
Oh, I think we can do some business with them. I think we can help them.
Oh, that's good news indeed. Yes. Did they discuss the bigger picture?
What bigger picture would that be?
You know, the awful
cause.
situation, the cause. Yes, the situation to the south in the Great Kingdom.
Yes. We discussed the cause, and I am a well, as I mentioned the other day or earlier today, Sir Roderick.
Ah, yes,
Roderick?
bless him.
Sir Roderick and I walked the path of Saint Benedor,
Yes,
and I am in full support of the cause.
that would make sense. Knight protectors and the like. So you'll be traveling west, I suppose, in the near future. Is that the plan?
Indeed, that is the plan.
I see. What do you think the likelihood of finding this place and any useful items might be now that you've heard their story?
Well, I mean, I don't want to toot our own horn, but if there's a forge there, we'll find it.
So, the rumors. He believes the rumors of Kundrakar, that it is real.
He seemed to believe that. Yes, he's asked us to go check it out. It makes sense if there's weapons there that can help the cause. We'll find them.
Yes. Well, my friends and I, we would be grateful for anything you could do to help. It's an important. We fear we may be in peril here, in not only just Kaverick's Cove, but the entire region. So any help that you could provide would be most appreciated.
Well,
for sure.
The night protectors, of course, want to defeat that evil, and I worry that evil is on the rise.
Oh, it's full steam ahead in the south. Yes, the passage from the Bone March grows more and more dangerous as the weeks pass. We fear it won't be able to be held much longer. So again, we thank you. And when will you be leaving?
We're leaving in about 2 days.
Yes,
I have a letter to write.
Yes. Consider your stay paid for while you're here. All of you, you're welcome to stay here. Even you, Hebney, if you wish to have a room. I know you have your place down by the water, which is probably most suitable, all things being equal. But you're welcome to avail yourself a bath and a warm room here
Thank you, Melinda. Thank you.
in that order.
Yeah, that is gracious of you. Thank you for that.
Yes, of course. Well, I will leave you to it. And as you're speaking, again, the dining room is maybe half full of patrons, all dressed, clean clothes. The crowd that you saw at the Blushing Nereid is more salt of the earth, the working, farmers and tradesmen, mercenaries. But the people here, this looks to be a little bit more of maybe a family. People seem to have put on their going to church clothes to come for their meal here, and it's a much smaller crowd, and it's not nearly as raucous and rambunctious as what you've seen in the Nereid. And as everybody's sitting and drinking and talking, and it's mid-afternoon, the door kind of bursts open to the front of the place, and a fellow strides in. He has a short bow at his back. He's dressed in greens and browns, cloak, traveling, adventuring type, pants, soft, high soft boots. Throws the hood of his cloak back and looks around and spots Melindra, and comes to the edge of the dining room and just quietly sort of motions to her. Excuse me, gentlemen. I need to tend to our newest arrival, if you please. And she backs away, and Genuflect says, again, as is customary, all of her and her nieces do every time they step away from the table, and she quickly kind of swooshes away, and the most graceful gnome you've ever seen. She's very clearly in her element, hostessing and tending to all the needs of her clientele, and setting things. You notice she can't walk through the room without setting something straight, picking up a dirty dish or glass, just all on top of things, everything in its place, neat and tidy. And you see them immediately go into some conversation. And he seems to be speaking rather earnestly to her as she stands and listens. And this is a human male, probably early 30s. He has very short-cropped brown hair. He's light complected, although looks like he's been in the sun. Probably spends a lot of his time outdoors. He looks, kind of ruddy and weathered that way. You can see under his cloak the shape of some sort of a weapon at his hip. You'd guess maybe a short sword by its shape and length. And after a couple of minutes of very earnest conversation, they approach the table. She comes to the table, pulls out a chair for him, sort of stands behind it, and says, gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Domas Thurin. He's a local hunter here in Caverick's Cove. He and his wife Emma, they run the Hunter and the Hunted, and he has a bit of a situation on his hands that he could perhaps use your counsel and your assistance with. Domas, I assure you, these four gentlemen here are not only to be trusted, but probably the best help you'll find in town, which exceeds that which you'd find at the guild house. And she smiles. She gives you a wink and a knowing look. And she looks at Domas, and he kind of stands there quietly regarding all of you. And then she looks at him and kind of nudges her nose like, go ahead, sit down. And he looks at her and smiles and has a seat. Yes, well met, friends. Domas the Thurin. And he begins to shake everyone's hand at the table.
Pleasure to meet you. Hepney Craigbing. Everything she said was true.
Yes, I know who you are, Mr. Cragbeam. You've mended a couple of bits of equipment for my wife and I.
Yes,
and I
of
thank
course.
you. Yes.
Domas, of course.
Yes. And he kind of looks around, kind of leans in, and he sees an empty tankard on the table, and there's a couple of the stoneware crockery pitchers of ale. Pours himself a tall mug and quaffs half of it down pretty quickly. Kind of, well, I know none of you know me very well, but I have a tale to tell. You see, I hunt, and rather good at it, actually. And I've run into a situation that I'm afraid in the old forest south of here that I'm afraid is beyond my means of understanding. Frankly, something I never thought I'd see in my time, but I've found a couple of dead creatures that I can't really identify except for some, until now, what I thought to be ridiculous wives' tales, but I have a reputation to think of, so perhaps we might go outside and speak. If your business here is concluded.
Ebony looks down and grabs a couple more pieces of food, puts them in his pockets. Of course we'll listen to you, Domas. If we can help, we'll do it.
Very well. Come. And he leads you outside, waves at a couple of people. They raise a glass, and they, compliments to the hunter. The boar is especially good. And he kind of smirks. Not my kill, I'm afraid, friends. Probably Denner's. And they all kind of roll their eyes and nod. And he steps out into the chilly afternoon, crisp air of the fall season, and steps around behind the, kind of down the side of the Chuckling Centaur, and makes his way back toward the barn and back that you all know to be the stable that houses the tack and harness and any animals that people keep while they're here. The stable has presently only got a couple of animals, and you do hear the familiar ping and ring of the blacksmith's hammer upon an anvil. It sounds like it's coming from maybe behind the barn. And it's a rather large, it's a 2-story clapboard timber frame barn, very, very nicely kept. All the grounds around the Chuckling Centaur are, in fact, nicely kept. Hebney, you know that the other side of the barn is actually, the front of that looks quite different than the backside. It's called the Iron Shod Wheel. It's kind of a whitewashed plaster and wood frame structure on the other side. And you know that this is, in fact, the sort of the smithy of Craverick's Cove, run by one Retland Garvin. And it sounds like the human is in there going at it on some horseshoes or some other such items, as you can, again, hear the stroke of the hammer pinging on some piece of metal. You smell the coal fire. You see the curl of smoke exit the chimney. And he stands back there, kind of leans against the back of the Chuckling Centaur building as you round the corner, almost startling you because he's just right around the corner. Very good. This is better. It'll be easier to speak here. I don't wish to alert anyone in town. And he kind of looks around, and sure enough, just like clockwork, out the back door bounces 2 rather sprightly, smaller figures. 2 of the gnomes, Sunny and Lily, bounce outside, stop and look. And they come outside. All right, so what's the plan? And Sunny kind of smiles. Lily sort of elbows Daryl. What's going on? And Domas looks at them and kind of tilts his head, ladies. And he offers them a kind, polite, but perhaps a little severe stare. If it pleases you, we would like to speak of this business ourselves. I'm sure that your aunt has things for you to attend to inside. And you could tell Domas is doing his best not to be too patronizing, but he's struggling to hide his annoyance. And they kind of look at each other, and Sonny's like, fine. And
then at this point, Daryl kind of interjects and says, no. I had spoken to them earlier, and I think they might have a role for potentially helping us in our future work or adventures. And this might be a perfect opportunity for them to be able to actually maybe prove themselves, that they're useful for our party as we move forward.
Blarg is going to say in Dwarvish to Daryl, hey,
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying, right? You speak Dwarvish, right?
Daryl,
You look like you might.
Yeah, Daryl and Dwarvish. goes back to Blarg Tater Tot.
So first of all, don't use the safe word incorrectly. It minimizes the importance of the safe word.
Okay.
Second, I don't think we should really get these two ladies killed. What we do is dangerous.
Sunny stops and puts her arm out and puts it on Daryl's shoulder. And in Dwarvish, she says, I'm standing right here.
Who knew they spoke Dwarvish, though?
See? Lily says,
Absolutely.
we know things. We can be helpful. And Domas looks at them.
In Dwarvish, he goes back to Lily. He goes, who would know that a goblin would know Dwarvish?
And
Blarg
Domas, go ahead.
Blarg says in Dwarvish, we've already got the Dwarvish thing covered, though.
The hell are they talking about?
Lily smiles and backs away. No, Domas is right. We shouldn't be here. If Aunt Melindra knew, she'd skin us and hang us to the wolves. Never mind. And they kind of back into the building, and you're left with Domas. And he kind of laughs. He goes, those girls, they are something. But this needs to be handled with some delicacy. No. Okay, so here's what I've found. The old forest, rumor has it that, and he kind of looks around, and out the back door comes Melindra Brambleberry, smirking. The lasses won't be troubling you any further. And she steps out and puts an iron key in the door and locks it. So, are you guys going to take care of this? And she smiles and looks at Domas, and he's like, well, we haven't really gotten to it yet. But now that you're here, perhaps you can help these gentlemen understand. You see, and he kind of clears his throat, I don't believe in such things as fairies. But today, this morning, I found two dead. They look like dragons, but they're small. They're purple, the color of grapes late in the season. You know, the slip skin, those kind, the wine grapes.
So like a dragonfly?
But bigger, like the size of a small dog. Very, very, like, doily. She looks over and she goes, fairy dragons. He found our fairy dragons. He found Fazeri and Alanesta. They've been killed. Sad to say. At least that's what I assume based on his description. I need you 5, if you're willing, Domas. And she kind of looks at him like, to go back and see what has happened. The old forest, you see, is it's a special place. It's a place where worlds, how can I put this? They overlap. And the fairies, some fairies will from time to time make their home or just stay a while in the forest. They keep it safe. There's a circle. Look for the purple mushrooms. The circle will be some 4 feet. And Domas nods. Yes, that's where I found the fairy dragons. And he kind of crinkles his nose and he's like, I don't believe in such things, Melindra, but there they were. Please, Melindra, don't let anyone know what I've told you. I have a reputation people respect me in this town, and they'll never believe. They'll never trust me as a guide. I'll never work here again if I tell the story of these purple fairy dragons. But I saw them with my own eyes. Sadly, I didn't touch them. I left them where they are. I don't know what to do with such things. I've never seen them before, but I can get you there. and I won't charge my customary fee for a hunt guide. But I'm hoping you might come and see what has happened and see if Melindra seems to think there could be a problem.
Is there a lot of lightning in that forest?
She kind of turns her head. What lightning? No more. No. You don't understand. This is a crossing to the fairy realm. Yes, and the dragons, Fazeri and Alanasta, they're guardians, hosts and guardians all at once, and they see to it that nothing too troubling passes into our world from theirs. And the fact that they are apparently deceased is greatly troubling. I wish Celia were here to accompany you. She would know straight away. My friend, after whom the establishment is named, Celia.
But don't fairy dragons die too? I mean, how do you know they just didn't die of natural causes?
No. And Domas says, no, these were killed. There's signs of they have these strange energy. I don't know what to call it. These burns, but not. Their scales have been damp, and then they very clearly have been run through with a blade as well. Very strange. They're
Melindra,
like the size of dogs.
what do you want us to do with their bodies? Bury them? Retrieve them? I mean,
Once
if they're already dead, there's not
Yes.
much we can do to help them.
Yes, right. Lay them in the circle, and they will be tended to in time. But I think it's important that you get into the forest and get to the circle and see what has befallen. It's very troubling. They guard. Their whole purpose there is to keep us and the fairy world safe, and so there's no crossing over. And she kind of stops. This is most disturbing. Could be nothing. Could be the work of a beast in our forest. But it sounds to me like this is something a bit darker. Needs to be looked into. I'm sure you can take care of it, but do be careful.
Domas, could you describe these wounds in a little bit more detail, given your hunting prowess? And Hebney's going to try to discern if he can figure out by that description what might have caused the deaths, what kind of a attack it was based on Domas's description.
Well, I mean, there's definitely been some sword work. I see cuts and wounds that are typical of a blade, but it also appears they've been somehow burned or something, but not with flame. It's as if a wound has been caused and cauterized all at once.
Given your apparent skills in the woods, did you happen to observe any sort of tracks leading either into or away from the circle where you found them?
I beat a hasty retreat once I came upon the bodies. I did see the circle of mushrooms. I've purple mushrooms, very much similarly brightly colored, vivid, almost unbelievable. I've heard stories. I've heard the tales, the legends of the fairies and the frolicking and the putting the children to sleep and carrying them to safety at the edge of the forest and all of the, and I've spent years in that forest, over a decade, and I've never seen them myself, and I frankly just don't believe it, and I've been very vocal about it, from here to Marner, and southward to Ratic Hill, and now to come back with this tale, why frankly And Melindra sort of pats his arm. No, it's fine. These gentlemen will help you, and they'll get to the bottom of this, I'm sure. Just come back quickly. I know you have a little bit of time before you tend to your other business, but if you could look into this, I'd be most grateful. Those two, Fazeri and Alanasta, are friends, and the legends are true and more. The forest is special. It's a crossing. There's a portal, the circle. We call it a fairy circle. Yes. Enoch, thank you for the advantages, my friend. Yeah, good to see you, brother.
Tim.
Hope your other game is going well, sir. The one that's more important than ours. But, that's cool.
Whatever.
But whatever. Yeah, so everybody got an advantage, so thank you very much for that. I'm just giving you some shit, Tim. So please, if you could, Domas is a master tracker, hunter, guide. He'll get you there and back safely. But if you could look into this, and again, if in fact you do find my friends and they are beyond our reach, just place them in the circle and they'll be tended to. But I'm afraid something dark has crossed. It must be tended to.
Daryl asks her, is she for sure that she knows that they're actually dead, or are they just severely wounded?
Domas looks at you. They did not move. They were still. I looked at them for some time. I sort of prodded them with my bow. Unless they are in some sort of a state that I'm not understanding, they are quite dead. Sadly, and he looks at Melindra. I'm sorry, Melindra. I don't understand any of this, but I'll take you there.
Yeah, we gear up and head out.
Yeah, let's go see it. Maybe we can cross over into the fairy world. That might be fun.
She's like,
are there goblins in the fairy world?
Probably shamans.
Shamans. There may be goblin shamans in the fairy world.
Yeah, in the fairy world, you can't hear them coming like you can here.
Right.
Well, if you're ready now, please let us make haste. The old forest is some 10, 12 miles south of Caverick's Cove. Along the road, let us go.
Sounds good to me. Let's do it. Let's check it out.
Lead the way.
All right, so you find yourselves exiting the town. If you look on our map, north is up and south is down. Very tricky that way. And we're currently in building number 8. Which is the Chuckling Centaur, which is almost over to the east gate there by the waterfront where you see the piers. So you make your way back to the center of town and then down the main street and out the south gate and out of town. And you pass along the way. You pass, and he points it out, the first house on the east northeast corner of the first main intersection. I don't know if you can see the numbers on the map, but number 41. And he points that out, and there's a wooden sign in front that says, The Hunter and the Hunted. I think that's the name of it. Yeah, The Hunter and the Hunted. My wife and I, Emma, she will take the bones of all of the game that I kill and make most wonderful dagger pommels and sword pommels and other bits of beautifully carved hardware, if you will. And he looks at Hebney. Hebney's seen her work. It's quite good.
True. Talented. Very talented.
And so you make your way. There, move the map up a little bit. You make your way southward outside town, and you're off and running. It is a pretty uneventful trip through the countryside. You have these nice farms. It's mostly, again, farmland through here. You do have the smell of salt in the air as you're not that far from the ocean, but you will find your way southward. Let me put up a regional map. You see Caverick's Cove on the very far side there. Almost off the map. We're going to go about 10 miles south through the countryside. And you can see as you get closer, when you're a mile or two out, you begin to make out the dark eaves of the forest's edge. The road seems to go right through it or right into it. and it's not one of those white dashed main trade roads, but it's definitely a 2-wagon wide, hard pack dirt, some places gravel, not too terribly rutted, but it's a fairly well traveled road. You know that this road winds its way down all the way down to the hills to the south. Eventually, you could follow it. It'll connect and head southwest and find its way into Ratic Hill and beyond. Thankfully, though, for you, you're not going that far, but you're, without incident, able to make it very easily down the road and into what Domas calls the Old Forest. And along the way, he kind of fills you in on some of these stories of how children have gotten lost for days in the woods, only to be found sleeping at the forest's edge, laid safely on beds of flowers with little flowers behind their ears, and there's never any real danger from. There's never been any sort of caravan heists or brigand banditry in the forest. As dark and mysterious a place as it looks, smells, feels, there's never once been anything along the lines of danger anywhere through that forest. And it's a large, many hundreds of acres stand of trees, and it's hardwoods. There are copses of evergreens, various pines and firs. It's fairly flat here. Pretty far away from the foothills of the Rakers and so forth. But the forest itself on either side of the road is quite dense. There are places you can see where people have very clearly cleared away for pulling a caravan off and staying the night and so forth. And so it is already growing. The shadows are growing long, especially once you cross under the dark, thick eaves of the forest itself. The trees don't quite completely cover over the roadway, but it's pretty dark in here compared to out in the open. And Domas leads you maybe a mile or two into the forest itself, and then he strikes off to the left, and that is the east. And you plunge into the depths and the darkness of the forest, and it appears he's on a game trail. But you must go single file at this point, so I will ask the party to provide for me your marching order as we make our way into the thickness that is the Old Forest.
He's obviously he's taking point, right?
That's what I was just saying. Yeah.
I guess.
Yes.
Meredith can. I'll take the rear. Is that where I got archery covered on both fronts?
I'll go behind Domas, I guess.
I'll go behind Hebney.
And Daryl will go behind Blarg.
Okay. Very well. So you get yours. Go ahead.
I was going on the way down. I'm just going to ask Domas if he's ever encountered any of those, the creatures we encountered on the way into Caverns Cove. What are they? Porcupine bear.
Oh,
Savagers or
the
Ravagers?
Savagers. Yeah, you describe those to him, and he's like, in my years of hunting these lands, I've never encountered such a thing.
I hope you never do.
Yes, well, be on the lookout. I don't know what we're going to encounter here. Again, these woods are mostly game. There are occasionally elves who pass through these parts. But again, they're safe aside from what should be here naturally. Bear, wolf, badger, of course, elk and deer and all smaller beasts. Never, and it's strange for a forest of this size. You would think it would be a prime place for banditry and the like, but Melindra speaks the truth. It has never been a place that people have had to fear traversing, aside from the natural predators who may lurk here, and the hunting that happens here between myself, Denner, and a few others. We keep the numbers down and keep the travelways safe.
So at this point, is Domas leading us, or did he go in an opposite direction?
No, he's leading the party deeper into the woods, and at some point you actually exit. You go just completely overland, away from the game trail that he took off of the main road. And the canopy here is thick. The woods itself is quite quiet. Aside from the occasional, and I'm not even going to ask you to roll perception on this, but there's been 2 or 3 occasions now where you've heard the raucous croaking and flapping and nonsense from the sounds only a good-sized murder of crows could create as they alight in the trees above you or perhaps in the distance. And you hear this 3 or 4 different times between your time on the road and the time you've now spent a good hour and a half off of the road as the shadows deepen in the woods.
Erida's going to take particular note of the crows, just sort of look to see if perhaps any of them are a messenger from the Raven Queen.
Oh, sure.
Trying
Go
to
ahead
reach
and
out to
go
them?
ahead and roll a nature roll for me, Erida.
Nature. Ooh, yeah, baby. 13.
Yeah, so these are large, maybe larger than normal crows, but beyond that, they don't seem any different. They don't behave any differently. They do make a bit of a ruckus, as crows are known to do. The only thing that stands out to you, besides the fact that they're maybe a little larger, is there are numerous murders of them. Like more, the numbers are greater than you might expect there to be.
I will just nod at them, see if any of them nod back.
They do not.
They do not. They're playing cool. Okay, got it.
Cool crows.
How far are they away from us?
A couple times on the road, they were in the trees above the road, and they've been at various distances.
Do they look like they're following us?
It's hard telling, Daryl, with the thickness of the forest, the darkness. You just, you're walking and it's fairly quiet, and then all at once you're almost maybe startled a bit at the raucous squawking and goings on of these crows. It's a little off-putting.
It's gonna be a little difficult to sneak around in here with all this hullabaloo. I think they're warning other creatures, perhaps, of our presence.
Domas, he stops and he looks at you guys and goes, "I've never seen that many crow murders in these woods. That definitely is strange to me. There's crows all over, but these particular groups are larger, and the birds themselves seem." And then he kind of looks at Erideth. Give us a visual of Erideth again, please.
Again, he's very appears elven, or is elven, but just very, very pale. Kind of has gray and dark, kind of alternating gray and dark kind of streaks in his hair. His studded leather armor is various shades. Each of the bands of it is slightly different shades of gray and gray cloak. Really, the only color he has is the kind of the matte red clasp on his cloak. It looks like a raven, like a raven talon, essentially.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And whenever they're out like on the road like this, he generally has is like a what's the term? He has the lower half of his face covered.
Wizard hat.
A wizard
not a wizard
hat.
hat.
Yes.
Not a wizard hat. So
Yes, well, let us press on. The mushroom circle is not much further. But yes, these crows are a bit of a mystery for sure. There are plenty of crows around, but these seem larger and in greater numbers. It's definitely strange.
Ebony grabs a stone from the ground,
Yeah.
about this size, and fits it into a sling, and looses the stone in the direction of the crows that are perched above. Not trying to hit them, but trying to frighten them off.
Yeah, and you get that croaking. They're very clearly disturbed. You hear them wings beating against branch and bough as they kind of flutter up. You've definitely spooked them as they scold you, or so it seems. And many of them kind of move off a little bit.
Ebony,
I don't like it.
Don't do that.
I don't like it. I don't like
Don't.
being followed.
Blarg's gonna draw his sword as we approach the circle.
Okay, so
my bow out, just be aware and alert.
Very, very good. DM Samuel, thank you for gifting those subs, man. That's wonderful. The party has just gained 5 more +2s. You now have a total of, let's see, we had 2 subs earlier. That's 7. You have 20 +2s that can be used on any D20 roll, except for a death save. I mean, not that we would ever need to roll a death save, but just, saying that.
Yeah, we're not 90 minutes in yet, so.
Yeah. So
thanks, DM Samuel. That's awesome.
yeah, thanks, DM Sam. The crows kind of scatter, and again, it is officially pitch black, and you see Domas kind of fuss around a little bit, and he pulls out of immediately you begin to see a glow of light illuminate as he pulls out what looks to be a rock that has got that is giving off light, and he says, I'm sure some of you see just fine in the dark, but I do not. And I need to light my way, unless someone has a better idea.
Lead the way.
And he kind of holds it up, and it gives off a fair amount of light, especially relative to the pitch blackness that you've found yourselves in. And it is no small marvel that he has gotten you all this far in this much dark, very clearly familiar with the area and an absolute expert a guide, a tracker, if you will. Asher, good to see you, my friend. Yes, so he, is picking his way through, and you're catching on blackberry bushes, tearing at your clothes and thorny things, and it's very dense forest, just probably almost difficult terrain. And then you see him kind of hold a hand up, and he holds the stone out, and then he kind of waves you up to come up beside him as he's holding this stone out, kind of reaching it out in front. And as all of you pick your way up there, you can see the heads of these purple mushrooms, and they're, maybe 3-4 inches across, 2 inches across, one, they're not uniform size. They're kind of, big caps with a stem, very clearly right out of a children's, coloring book tale of fairies and such. So almost foreign to the darkness, the dark greens and browns and grays of the natural forest that you all are accustomed to. And then there are these vivid purple mushrooms. And you can see as he holds the stone up, the shadows kind of playing tricks on your eyes maybe, but you can very clearly see that you're at the edge of a circle of mushrooms. And you can see, again, the tree trunks. It's a little thinner where this circle of mushrooms is. There are a few saplings in the circle, but this particular 3 to 4 foot area, aside from roots and some low, weeds and grasses, this is mostly clear of the large trees. And as he holds that up, you can, easily make out a circle of mushrooms. Okay. So here's the circle. I dare not enter this circle based on what Brambleberry has told me about this place. But let me show you where I found the dragons.
And Wiley, does Daryl note? Can he see if he recognizes anything about the mushrooms? Meaning, is there anything specific to them? Whether he can see if he recognizes them, whether they're medicinal or whether they're poisonous or whatnot.
Sure. Do you have some skills in this area, Mr. Nimblebottom?
I don't think I do, but I could make a nature check.
Let's make a nature check. Sure.
10.
So these mushrooms are very purple. Some of them have some glimmer or shine to them that seems a little off-putting. But they're like no mushrooms you've ever seen. They're very vividly colored. The caps are various shades of purple. Maybe the age of the mushroom or the size of the mushroom is more purple than, bigger ones are purpler than small ones or vice versa. You're not sure. And that is pretty much what you can tell. You've never seen mushrooms this brightly, vividly colored. And it does seem odd that they are very clearly loosely arranged in a circle. And the circle itself could be 2 or 3 mushrooms thick if they're smaller, or just one big cap. It's fairly natural, organic, if you will. It's like as if they've been planted, but not perfectly symmetrical.
So Blarg is proficient in a poisoner's kit, so he knows something about poisons. And when he sees Daryl looking at the mushrooms closely, Blarg's gonna look at them too and see if he recognizes these as poisonous or something he might use in his poison.
Yeah, so maybe between you and Daryl, you put your heads together, and maybe we'll have Blarg roll with advantage to see what he can learn. Make a nature roll.
A nature roll. Oh, I'm sure that'll be fine. Oh, well, let me see. I get advantage, you said. So
19.
I got a 19.
A 19. Yeah, these mushrooms are of a variety you have never seen before. Your spidey sense, your knowledge of poisons and things, is going off. Like you're like, I don't know that these are poisonous, but I've never seen really vividly colored mushrooms, especially purple. And you do know that many poisonous mushrooms tend to look attractive, so as to be eaten. And you would definitely not feel comfortable eating any of these, but you don't know for a fact that they're poisonous.
Yeah. So Blarg will say, hey, I don't know about you, but these probably would be pretty tasty fried up with some parsnips. I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm going to take note of how Blarg and Daryl are taking note of those. I'm going to say, do not disturb those mushrooms. This has all the indications to me of a Fey crossing and should not be trifled with or tampered with. Definitely don't sample the mushrooms. This is a place to be left alone.
You should probably listen to the wizard. They know
I'm not a wizard
about Fays, whatever that is.
I'm not a wizard, but I'm going to start if I get the feeling that they're not going to try to eat the mushrooms, I'm going to start looking around the woods around us for any kind of trouble.
Okay. Roll perception for me.
Or gladly.
Ebony is going to be sort of slowly walking around the circle looking for the bodies.
Okay. Domas will lead you. You've come in from the west-ish to this position. You've been traveling mostly eastward. It's hard to tell after being in the trees this long, kind of losing your reckoning. But he leads you a couple hundred yards off to the north and west, north of the way you came in, but back in that general direction, but north of that. And as you're doing that, tell me how you did on your roll, Erideth.
Well, I didn't think you could get like a cocked or tilted virtual dice, but according to the log, you rolled a 16 instead of what looked like a 1. But...
And you're trying to perceive if there's anything... Yeah.
anything out there watching us right
And
now.
you have dark vision, correct?
I do have dark vision.
Yes, and I believe Blarg and Daryl and Hebney all have dark vision, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Hebney, yours is obviously kind of jank right now because you're walking around with a guy who has a rock of light, albeit not as bright as you've seen, but it seems that it's somehow got some light, some enchantment or something. But Eridith, even with your eagle eye, dark vision, that of the Shadarkai, for your realm is in fact the realm of shadow itself, and you see
Yeah, baby.
nothing.
Yeah.
You are confident that your group is alone, and you do see the shadows and the hunched figures of Hebney and Domas as they pick their way away from the circle. Daryl and Blarg, what are you doing? Are you with Eridith, or did you follow the light?
Blarg, after looking at the mushrooms, he'll go off with Hebney to look at these bodies.
Same with Daryl.
Okay.
He might think he might be able to actually help them.
Okay. Eridith, are you going to follow?
I will follow, but not like from a bit of I won't match their pace, so that I'm lagging a little behind, and I'm just going to keep watching the woods because I've got a feeling something came out of that circle that killed those dragons, and I don't know if it's still hanging out or not.
Nah, such an alarmist.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything is fine. Everything's fine.
fine.
Okay, so Hebney, you're up front with Domas, and you do come upon, and again, you're picking your way through trees and brush. There's grasses. There's, what do they call that in a forest? Duff, pine duff and leaves and things, sticks. And sure enough, before too long, a couple of 100 yards away from where the circle was, you do see these glittering, pearlescent, scaly, and these are probably the size of Labrador retrievers. They have these very beautiful kind of translucent butterfly-ish wings, various shades of purples, silvers, like some of the most beautiful, magnificent, very clearly little dragons you've ever seen. In fact, if you have any empathy or love of beauty in your heart, it's hard to, and this goes for anyone, hard to hold back or choke back a bit of sorrow or emotion when you see these beautiful creatures laying their motionless wings limp next to one another on the forest floor. And he just kind of holds the light up, and the way the light reflects off of some of the scales, and they almost appear to be floating. They're just such mystical looking creatures.
Oh, they're definitely dead.
Dr. Hebney.
Oh, God.
I love Hebney. Yes, and you can see they've been slashed, stabbed, and it does appear that in places the scales have been. It's hard. Burned isn't the right word. It's not like burn with fire burn, but there's been some sort of like the scales are mottled or melted or damaged. A lot of them are shimmery and some of them are quite dull. Like there's been some damage dealt by some means that isn't forceful or
Does it look like
martial.
When Blarg looks at those wounds, does it look like damage he's seen inflicted by his acid sword?
No, it does not look like they've been melted, like melty acid melty.
Recognize that, Daryl? Those wounds, is that some sort of a magic?
Yeah, so Daryl's going to do, he's going to go up and look at the creatures, and then he is going to do two things. First thing he's going to do is he's going to cast Detect Poison and Disease.
Okay.
and trying to figure out whether or not the creatures have been just slayed, or if there's something else that's actually caused them to be in the state where they are.
Okay. So what does it look like as you cast your spell? Detect poison?
Detect poison and disease. First level spell.
Okay, what does that look like?
So he kind of passes. He at this point he's takes off his shield and his warhammer off his back, and he kind of leans over both of the animals. Goes to the first one first, and the second one, and he kind of passes his hands over them, over their wounds, and he says a small prayer to his deity. And at the same time he does this, you can see him that he kind of closes his eyes, and then for about 20 or 30 seconds doesn't say anything, and then he opens his eyes and he has his answer, which is
You don't
know.
see any sign. You don't sense the darkness, the density of poison, the presence of any of that. None of the wounds appear to be poisoned, or you just don't. There's no disease in the bodies. You're confident that they have not been killed with, or do not have any sort of disease or poison in them or on them.
Okay.
Blarg is going to say, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Blarg is going to say in Elvish to Aradeth, hey, do you understand what I'm saying? You look like you might speak Elvish.
I speak a little Elvish, yes. I will reply in Elvish.
Do you know these magic-y wounds in your spellcasting experience? What do you think they might be?
In Elvish, I'm not a wizard, but I will come over and take a look.
Hell are they talking about?
Oh, I asked our wizard if he might know what these magic wounds are.
Are you still speaking Elvish?
No, he switched.
Come on, guys.
Daryl's like, what's going on?
If you wish to roll Arcana, Carl,
Sure.
Aradith, sorry.
I'm sure that'll be fine.
Yeah, Carl knows. Oh yeah, natural 20 for a total of 24.
See,
I clearly
knew
know
you'd
everything that happened here.
Nicely done.
Yeah, so you look at these wounds, and they appear to be non-bludgeoning. There are slashing and piercing wounds. There's been some kind of swords or daggers. You see areas where it looks like some of the flesh has begun to decay around some of the piercing and slashing wounds, like necrotic damage. But you can't really tell what those other wounds are. It's as if they've been bludgeoned, but there's no... it's hard to describe. It's not like they've been punched with a fist bludgeoned. It's a different...
Or like maybe perhaps an object of some kind.
Something you're just not familiar with.
I will kind of in the kind of point to the areas of necrotic, and I will say, well, this I'm quite familiar with this. This appears to have been some sort of necrotic damage done here. And then for the slash and stab wounds, I'll plainly look at Blarg and go, plus they were stabby here. So.
Well, that makes sense.
And you can see where there's some what looks to be some kind of fluid loss, blood, whatever these things bleed.
That necrotics, that seemed to be sort of similar to like the damage my arrows do.
Can you refresh me on your arrows, please?
Basically, when I pull, I don't hear a quiver. When I pull back on the string, the arrows just appear and they do piercing damage plus necrotic.
Yeah, it looks to be some sort of necrotic, flesh rot that the same type of damage that your arrows would cause. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you recognize that straight away.
This is concerning, especially since it was able, whatever it was, took out 2 of these. So. Have I ever heard any knowledge of these type of dragons as far as how tough, affordable they might have been?
Roll
Sure.
an intelligence and add your proficiency bonus.
Intelligence. Come on. Boy, I wish it had stayed on the 20. That's a 4.
Oh, that's so nice.
Sometimes you just need a hug.
That is outstanding.
It was consoling me for my 4, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
So I'm looking at these things going, I don't know what these are. What the heck? But
this is terrible. These creatures didn't deserve this.
Agreed.
You have a message in Zoom.
Oh.
Iridith.
Okay. I mean, do I know much more than that?
You know that fairy dragons, they can become invisible. They can speak with telepathy. You know that they have innate magical abilities, many different things that they can do. They're very intelligent. They're incredibly stealthy. These are particularly large for the typical fairy dragon, mostly because the DM was thinking they were bigger than they actually are. So maybe they're the size of cats. They have their wings. They fly beautifully, very graceful. They can bite, but they also they have a breath weapon that is it's hard to describe. It's sort of like euphoria. If you're affected by their breath, you kind of just wander off high for a little while. You're just like,
wow.
Oh man,
sounds good.
I wish they were alive.
Hey,
I really wish they were still
did
alive.
you do you have those Doritos, man? And that chocolate pudding we were dipping those in a minute ago? Yeah.
I will share none of that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I will relate everything to the rest of the party.
You know that as fairy dragons age, their magical abilities change, and the older a fairy dragon is, the more violet or purple. So these must be pretty old fairy dragons. You know that the males have the male would have a larger what is that, like a spine where the spine stands up, that it's like a rudder all the way from the back of their head down. What's that, Dave? Frill, thank you. I knew there was a freaking word I couldn't come up with. More pronounced than the female, and so you have to believe that there's probably one of these is a female and one is a male. You know that a lot of times they will mate for life. They're tricksters, they're pranksters, but don't underestimate them. When needed, they can demonstrate good, significant prowess in battle.
So it's quite concerning. Something took out 2 of them that were working together. So I'll share everything, that you just said. I'll share it with the group. Kind of look around. I don't know. I'm not a ranger, but nor a wizard. Any sign of tracks? Again, I'm concerned. Is something head going into that circle, or did something come out of that circle?
Okay, sure. Yeah. Go ahead and have a look about. I guess investigation. Are you exploring like the scene where the bodies are? Like, tell me precisely what it is.
Start there and then just sort of maybe make a circle, search pattern around there. Just again looking for any kind of tracks.
As the Shadar Kai is beginning to look at the scene, what are the rest of you doing? I would say that Domas would probably be assisting you, or at least he thinks he is, by holding up his brightly lit stone.
Does that give me advantage?
Actually, it does make it easier to see than your dark vision. At first, it was probably kind of annoying because you have dark vision, but I'll give you advantage with that.
I don't know. All I needed, that was pretty good. I got a dirty 20 for the first one. And yeah, we'll take dirty 20, definitely.
Okay, so with a dirty 20, you can see that it looks like there was like a battle scene here. You know, the duff is stirred up. And
Very perceptive.
Yeah, it looks like definitely something played out here. As you begin to circle out, it doesn't look like it necessarily is related to the circle, but it does appear that there are some tracks that aren't yours that have exited the circle. The tracks themselves are sort of odd. They are small, and they're like two-toed, and each toed kind of has a claw, and there are numerous of them. And they kind of go in random directions, very, all about. And Domas, he finds some, and he points, there's more over here, and more over here. And so what are Hebney, Daryl, and Blarg doing as Erideth and Domas are kind of scouting the area?
So Blarg is going to, while he's doing that, Blarg is going to get down on his knees where the bodies are, and he's going to try to roll one over and see if there's anything underneath it that we might not be able to see.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can easily roll them over.
See if there's anything we missed.
No, just the grasses are pressed down where the bodies have been lying, matted down, and there's blood.
What was it that Melindra said to do with the bodies? Place them in the circle, right?
Yeah, put them back
the
in
mushroom
the
circle. Well, let's get to it. Time's a wasting.
Yeah, I can help you with that too.
And Daryl grabs one of the legs and limbs of the other one and starts trying to drag it over into the circle.
Erideth, are you back as well with Domas?
Yeah, if I see him, kind of like I'll help so that we're not just dragging the carcasses. We'll try to, as reverently as possible, carry them over and place them in the circle.
All right.
So
you
fairy
guys
not
are
trifled with.
Daryl, will you have a few words prepared, to sort of send them back to the other side?
Daryl looks at Hebney and says, "Of course, I can say a few words when we're over there."
I think it would be fitting.
I think there's also some, I'm not exactly sure. We'll see. Let's see what happens when we move them into the circle. There still might be something else that we could do to potentially heal them. So let's see what we can do.
Aren't they dead? You mean bring them back?
Well, or at least maybe stabilize them.
They're pretty stable from what I can tell.
So, Erideth, as you are hunched over about to try and pick up one of these fairy dragon decedents, 3 bolts of energy fire into your back from behind you for 3 points of damage, and the forest is illuminated as these bolts of energy, and they seem, for the rest of you, kind of, you see this energy, you hear it, kind of crackle and poof, poof, poof into Erideth. They seem to have kind of come from behind where the party is. So if you're all facing these two, I'm picturing you all kind of crouched over and facing the two deceased fairy dragons. From behind you and upwards, poof, 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 3 bolts of energy blast into you, and you take 3 damage.
Shit. Okay.
I'm going to ask you all, let's see. So that happens. And then you hear the whistle of something through the air from one side of you, kind of your left, and you look over and Domas drops as a dagger protrudes from his back, a small black dagger. Blarg, does a 15 hit you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you take 6 piercing and 9 necrotic.
Oh, dear.
Daryl, does a 10 hit?
No.
Ebony, does a 19 hit?
Just barely.
4 pierce and 9 necrotic. And I'm going to ask you all before we go to break to roll initiative as daggers have come in from seemingly kind of around you. Maybe the one that got Hebney came from in front. The one that got Domas and dropped him came from the side, the left side, kind of to the west. Eridith, your those energy bolts hit you from kind of above and behind. Blarg, your dagger came from behind. Daryl, the one that missed you, whizzed over your head, came from your right side. So it seems to be whatever's going on. It, they, them, thou, she, him, have you surrounded. And so while we're on break, make an initiative roll, and when we return from our 5-minute bio stretch, we will see what in the old forest is going on. So thanks everybody for hanging out. I'm going to invite you all now to enjoy this lovely music as we slip away to break, and we'll see you at about somewhere between 9:15 and 9:20. So don't go away. We'll be back. All right, we're back from our break. Tears have been shed, concerns have been shared, and in fact, cameras have switched positions. That was such a good break. So let me rectify that quickly.
I get to be Aridith? Great.
Not anymore.
I've always wanted to play a wizard.
And a wizard.
Okay. We're kind of up in Aridith's wheelhouse here. Yeah. All right. So,
Yeah, baby.
when last we met, the party has very clearly been ambushed. Daggers have been thrown. Some sort of energy bolts have descended from the heavens. And so we have rolled initiative. And so I'm going to ask the party to tell me initiative order. 25 to 20. Is anybody up in the stratosphere? And I believe people are using +2s on their D20 initiative rolls, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I had a dirty 20 with the +2.
Okay.
Oh,
So
with a +2, I had a 21.
okay, so I have Blarg at 21. I have Hebney at 20. 20 to 15.
18 for Aridith.
And
With a plus,
19
using the +2.
19 for Daryl.
Oh, nice job, guys.
So
Daryl, you said 19?
Yep.
And Aridith 18.
Yep.
Okay. So, as you guys look around, assuming that's what you're doing, you can see some figures in the shadows moving about, very small, smaller than a halfling. You could see the outline or silhouette of a hooded cloak trying to dart around trees and things, the occasional gleam of the blade of a small sword or dagger. And Blarg, it is your turn to do something.
How far are these shadowy things away from us?
They're probably no further than 15 feet away, and there
Okay.
appear to be signs and sounds and glimpses, kind of a bit of they've got a perimeter going. It's hard telling how many there are. What would you like to do?
Well, not much, really.
Linguist. Talk them to death.
I think I don't know what they are. I think I'm gonna bonus action my sword first of all, so that the acid, so that it flames the acid. I'm gonna do that with my bonus action, and so they're all 15 feet away, or is there one that's closer?
They're all like 15 feet around a perimeter, like from the center where the dragon's bodies are. They're no
Yeah.
further than 15 feet from that, and they seem to be trying to kind of keep you surrounded.
Yeah.
From what you can see with the shadows and the occasional glimmer, the dagger blade off of the light of Domas's stone that's laying there on the ground where he has fallen. They look like maybe they're bipedal. They're very small, maybe 2 feet tall, shadowy, very tough to tell.
When I bonus action my sword, it sheds bright light in a 40-foot radius.
Woo! So you
And-
illuminate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does
So
it help me see them better?
as your eyes get used to the bright light, you see glimpses of these darting, kind of trying to get behind a tree or crouching and so forth. Yeah. And it looks like you see 4 of them. Ooh, one moved. Is it 5? Maybe there's 6. Gosh, I'm not sure. They're kind of quick. All of this kind of happens as your sword ignites. And you're probably, where you are, you could probably get to 1 or 2 of them are easily, equidistantly 10 feet or ish so from you, given their perimeter setup.
Is there one that looks like it's more? I guess what I want to do is I want to approach one, but I want to approach one that's maybe a little bit more away from the others. I don't want to expose myself to too many of them, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to
It's
say.
it's kind of hard to deduce all that. You don't see 2 next to each other.
Okay.
They all look like there's probably 10 or more feet between them from the ones you can kind of see.
Then I'm gonna pick one of them and I'm gonna walk up to it and swing at it with my sword.
Okay, when you do that, 6 of them surround you. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
That figures. All right.
Don't ever
I'm
tell the DM what you're trying not to do.
Yeah, I know that was dumb.
Oh, sorry, that happens.
All right.
All right, make your attack roll, man.
And I'm gonna use an advantage.
Yes. That's the spirit.
Now we're playing D&D.
Yeah, we are.
And they're kind of chattering. Blarg and Eridith, you hear bits of Elvish with a very thick accent. Surround, kill, make them squeak, make them bleed, just like the dragons. Little taunting and things.
It's an Elvish, you said?
It's an Elvish, yeah.
18 was my
18.
best roll.
Yeah, so your sword cuts through the cloak, pierces the leather armor of this little guy. Roll your damage.
All right, so that sucked. And then I get, so it did 4 piercing, but it's going to do some acid damage. If I could figure out how to roll. And it does 8 acid.
Wow.
Okay.
Do I have an ability to hit it with a sneak attack? Is there?
You don't have advantage.
Yeah,
on
actually,
him?
I rolled.
Oh,
with
well, yeah,
advantage.
then roll your sneak attack damage. That's right.
yeah.
You did roll with advantage. I apologize.
Too much roguey stuff to remember.
It's a lot. It really is. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was another 4. God, my rolling sucks.
Kind of does, doesn't it?
I'm going to use a plus 20 on the damage.
So that was so that was 12 damage.
16. I think that's right. Wait, now I got to look because
You had 2 4s and an 8.
Yeah, 2 4s and an 8.
Oh, I missed one of the 4s. My apologies.
Yep,
Yeah,
2
so
4s and an 8.
tell me how you dispatch this guy. And by the way, as you do,
They
this
surrender.
incredible blinding light, boom, as he dies, and you see him begin to wither away to ash and dust, including his weapons. But tell me how your sword work looks as you kill it.
So Blarg rushes up to the one that he sees, and he just stabs at it with his sword and pierces it through the chest. And he says, back to it in Elvish, "That's for killing the dragons." And then he jerks his sword free, and the body does what you said it did.
Okay, yeah. So you get this blinding light. Make me a con save, please.
Damn it.
Oh yeah. We're playing D&D, boys.
So I got a 7.
Okay, so you are like rubbing your eyes, and you cannot see. You are blinded as this flash of light, and you're blinded until the end of your next turn. So you're going to spend your entire turn blinded, which I believe if you're blinded, any attacks against you have advantage, and your attacks have disadvantage.
I'm wrapped up like a deuce.
Yeah, blinded by the light, wrapped up like a deuce. You know, the rover in the night. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Springsteen, for that. Okay. Anything else you'd like to do besides stumble around and tears kind of roll down your face as your eyes are blinded?
So I can still use movement, right?
You can use movement.
And there was no one near. Was I in melee with anyone other than that one?
You don't believe so.
Then I'm going to back to where I think I was. I'm
Okay.
going to back up.
Yeah.
With the
and
rest of my
you
movement.
bang into a tree and you stumble through some thickets and you're just, kind of reeling a little bit. Almost like those little pinprick bright lights, because it's very dark. There's this kind of half covered glow from the stone that Domas had that he's fallen. Did I mention your guide went down? And then wham, there's this flash. And all of you see this flash of light as this little guy is run through on the blade of the goblin. And that ends Blarg's turn. Hebney, you're up. Which direction did you go? If the dragons are the center of the clock face and you're standing kind of, I'm picturing you kind of at the 7 or 8 angle, which way did you go to get one of these dudes?
So I would have gone, you said I'm at the 7 or the 8.
Yeah, like a dagger would have come at you from like the 9 o'clock position is the direction you got hit from.
Yeah, I would have probably wanted to get that guy.
All right, great. Next up is Hebney.
Ebony's just gonna, as he takes the dagger,
We're just here to help you bastards.
and then he's gonna rage. And as he does, this swarm of magical energy spins around him, and the leaves kind of come up off the ground. Some of that duff that you described sort of levitates momentarily.
Ooh, nice.
A wild magic surge happens.
Oh, fun. And I'm picturing you guys are in like a semi little arc, and I've got like Blarg, then Hebney to the right, then Domas is kind of down in front of you where the dragons are. And then I've got Erideth to the right of Hebney, and then I have Daryl to the right of Erideth. And you're kind of along the bottom of that clock face.
Wait, did our guide go down?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was first one down with the dagger. So what happens with your wild magic surge, Hebney?
So how many of these guys can I see from where I'm standing?
With some bright light, and you can see, it looks like maybe there's one across maybe 15, 18 feet straight ahead at the kind of 12 o'clock position. If the dragons are in the center of this clock face, you're kind of near Blarg. Blarg is like at the 8, you're kind of at the 7. Trying to give you guys some reckoning. Erideth is at the 6, Daryl is at the 5, kind of those angles away from the dragons. And you can see shadows all around. Like there's probably 4 or 5 of these guys at least that you've seen.
Okay. Well, this is rad because all of them that I can see within 30 feet, which I think would be all of the ones that I see, you watch, Eridith, you're going to love this. You watch as these shadowy tendrils erupt from Hebney and lash out in all directions. Each of the creatures that I choose within 30 feet must now succeed on a con save.
Oh, cool. These guys all auto succeed on con saves. That's perfect. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Within
Versus
30
12.
feet, you're looking kind of far ahead. Okay, I'm going to say there's probably at least 5 of them that you can see. And you
Okay.
said 12 on a con save?
12 is the target, yep.
That's a yes with an 18. That's a yes with a 14. That's a no with a 3. That's a no with a 10. And that's a no with a 7. So 3 of them did not save.
That's great news. I gained 3 hit points, and they take 11. Each of those that failed takes 11 necrotic damage.
Okay. Yeah, so you hear them cursing and they're kind of not even sure where it's coming from other than these tendrils, and they're swiping at them with their daggers. Yeah, man,
That's pretty rad. And then if any of them are still struggling, I'm going to race towards the nearest one and club it with my my hammer. I got my
yeah. There's
hammer.
one about 10 or 12 feet to your northwest in the direction of where the 10 on the clock face would be.
All right, here comes.
Hammer time.
Yep, that's going to be a, let's see, 13, 14, 15, 19.
To hit, that's a hit. These guys are wearing, looks like they've got leathers on. Some of them have like hardened leather shin guards. They have these weird 2-toed clawed feet. Oh, you can see there's a picture for crying out loud, DM. Pay attention. I got a picture on stream.
So it's going to be 10 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so the one you hit goes down. Make me a con save. Bam! Blinding flash of light.
I'm going to use one of my advantages for this.
Fair enough.
That's going to be a 21.
Okay, so you save. It's like kind of whoa, but you're not blinded. As this guy vaporizes to dust, including his weapons, all of his belongings, just like poof, out like a light. Kind of like the old
next target.
picture, the old the old photographic with the big tray with all the material in it that goes off to make the flash. Back in this turn of the last century.
Love it. Yeah, I'll after he is winks out, I'll look around for the next target, and whatever movement I have left, I'll move towards it.
Okay, you can get to melee with one that's kind of between the 11 and 12 position.
Okay.
That also did not save, so he's taking that necrotic damage as well.
Sweet. I think that's the end of my turn.
Okay. That brings up Daryl Nimblebottom. You're muted,
You are
by the way.
muted.
Yep. Sorry about that. Who's
You're okay.
left?
There again, you see numerous kind of shadows. There's one. You see Hebney has killed one that was at kind of the 10 o'clock on the face. He's gone up to where the 11 o'clock area is, and it looks like he's going to engage up there. There's one straight across, like at high noon, which is probably 18 to 20 feet from you,
Okay.
that has taken that necrotic damage. And then the other two that you can see, they're both kind of around the 5 after 12, the one position, standing there trying to be in the shadows. But again, that bright light, and they're kind of, they don't look like they're reacting well favorably to that bright light.
Those two guys that are there, how close are they together?
They're within 5 feet.
Okay. And the other guy that's still alive, he's not within their range.
No. Well, I don't know what the range is, but he's not right beside
but
him.
he's not close to them. Okay, so there's two guys within 5 feet. So what Daryl's going to do is he is going to cast Shatter on a point that is within like 5 feet. So like a tree within their, right adjacent to where those two creatures are.
Yeah, at the 1 o'clock position. Sure.
You got it. And so when he does this, he'll, what goes on is, again, he'll have both hands together, and he'll basically like raise both hands in the air and cast or say a small chant, and at the same time this kind of piercing ringing noise erupts from this tree that's right behind both of these creatures.
Okay. And so the tree basically explodes.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. What are you trying to do with just blow the tree up, distract them?
No, actually, so what happens to them is that each of the creatures within 10-foot radius centered on the point of where the noise is coming needs to make a con saving throw.
Here we go. All right. So first dude, that's a 19 and a 5.
So one of them fails.
Okay.
And the guy who fails takes 15 points of damage.
Okay. He basically implodes, and you see a blinding flash of light. And his partner, kind of reacts to that. He did save from your effect. He saved from the blinding light effect, the death flash. What happens to the guy who saved from your shatter spell?
Creature takes 3d8 damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one.
So he takes 7, then. Do I have that right?
Yep.
Okay, 7. And he was previously undamaged. Very good. Oh, that's a pretty cool deal, what you did right there. I like it.
Yeah,
nice.
Smart.
Very clever. Okay, what else would you like to do? You have bonus action, you have movement, you could sing a song.
No, all I've got left is I've got movement, and so in relationship to the I think I get there's like one last man standing, it sounds like, of the little guys.
There's one you can see kind of at the 3 o'clock position, who's probably only about 20 feet from you, where you stand, where you're kind of near the 5.
Okay, I'll get into melee range with him.
Okay, so you move to melee.
Yeah.
All right. And I did put a picture of these guys in the Discord. I actually put it there quite some time ago, but I didn't hit send. So I've now hit send. So you have a closer visual than what you can see on stream. Okay, Daryl, so that ends your turn. Arideth, you are up. You've been hit by 3 bolts of energy. You've taken 3 force damage from above and behind you. What do you do?
I spin around with my bow at the ready. You say they're like, so how many are left, or how many can I see?
So you can see on the ground, probably 15 feet or so from you, one of these guys. Above in a tree, you see a medium-sized, very, very dark creature. It looks like he has like talon bird sort of feet, but he's bipedal. He's on a branch. He's holding a curved longsword and a buckler. He's dark cloaked. Roll me perception. It's pretty shadowy, but the bright light of Blarg's sword that I assume is still illuminated.
Yeah.
Okay.
17.
Yeah, you can see a large yellowish orange beak protruding from the thick hood of this fellow.
Chicken
as
man.
you see this, what do you do?
And pretty sure he's the one that hit me with the force bolts because you said it kind of came from up.
Yeah, they came from up and behind. He's probably a good 20 feet in a straight line from you,
Okay.
up in this tree. The tree's probably only 15 feet if you were to walk and touch the tree.
Ooh, I've been wanting to do this. I will pull back on the bow, aim, and as I fire, I whisper, I just a little whisper to the arrow, and if I hit, something cool is gonna happen.
Nice.
17.
17. Your arrow hits, flies true, and embeds with a thud into the abdomen of this creature, and you hear
And that, my friend, was a special arcane shot, the grasping arrow. So first, he takes damage of that's 10 piercing. I don't know if we ever talked about this. Like when I'm using my arcane shots, can I still add my necrotic on top of that or not? Because my arcane shots get some bonuses.
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
Okay. I'm not really sure either. It doesn't say.
Is that a weapon that's on is that on the Ravenclaw longbow?
Yeah, which is basically a copy of the Dragonwing longbow, but I just made it
When you
raven-y.
hit with an attack using this, you get an extra d6 damage of necrotic.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say so.
Well, then let's just since they like doling out necrotic, I'm gonna see them taste of their own medicine. Yeah, take that 2 points of necrotic.
Now blind him, wizard.
But is he still up?
So 12 damage?
Total, yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's up.
Oh, but that was an arcane shot.
Oh.
So that is the grasping arrow.
Okay.
So he's now about to take not 1, but 2d. I love arcane archers. He is going to suck up 5 points of poison damage. His speed is now reduced to 10 feet, and he takes 2d6 slashing on the first time of each turn it tries to move.
Ooh.
Moves a foot or more.
It's like a barbed hook arrow.
The arrow hits, and these barbed brambles just erupt out and grab him and probably, I guess, latch him to that branch he's sitting on.
Okay. Can you remind me when it's his turn on that additional damage?
Oh, happily.
I don't think that's Geneva.
You hear him kind of grunt and groan.
I think that's banned by the Geneva Convention. Just FYI.
I'm from the Shadowfall. We don't follow the Geneva Convention.
It's a war crime.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to do?
What else? I had to take my shot. How many do I? There's still a bunch moving around.
Well, you saw the one at the 6 o'clock position.
That's true.
And that's all you've seen in the haste and the chaos of battle.
I will action surge and take another. I'll shoot him.
The little fellow?
Little fellow I could see. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a 20 to hit.
That'll definitely hit. Well played, man.
He will definitely take 10 piercing plus big numbers. Oh yeah, 6 necrotic.
All right.
Boing.
So, okay, I don't want to do this. Describe for me how you take him down. This is an arrow shot, right?
I shoot him with an arrow.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I hit the guy in the tree, and then I just sort of whip down, and one more shot straight and true hits him right in the windpipe.
Okay. So, bang, an arrow goes through his throat, and this explosive blinding flash. Roll me a con save. This has a 10-foot radius, and you're kind of right at about 10 feet-ish, so roll with advantage.
Kind of. All right, well, I rolled. I'll take the advantage. Why not? See if I can beat a 19.
Oh, you're good.
Cannot, so I'll take the 19.
All right, so again, you're like, holy crap. And the death flash happens, and it starts to just turn to dust. and sort of burns to ash right there in the spot as that one goes down. Anything else you wish to do?
So those were the only two I could see here. Any kind of like periphery, vision of like look like there's more,
No, sir.
collected anywhere else. Okay, I'll just sort of I'll just stay where I'm at, but I'm just gonna be watching for more.
Okay.
Unless I don't want to. Maybe I don't want to stay where I'm at.
One
Maybe I can...
thing does catch your eye.
Ooh.
As the dude in the tree with the buckler like raises his arm at
Okay.
the blinding light and tries to catch himself on the tree. I'm gonna make a dex save to make sure he doesn't fall out of the tree.
Does he get advantage because brambles have got him wrapped up to the tree?
He should roll with disadvantage if he's wrapped up. This is a dex save. I don't know if that's part of your weapon or not, but that makes rule of cool sense to the DM.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so how much damage does he take when he moves? He said he's going to take, what, 2d6?
Tries to move more than 1 foot, he takes 2d6 slashing.
Okay, so he takes 7 slashing, and then he falls to the ground about 10 feet. That's d6 per 10 feet, right? That's 2 more ground damage. And then I'm going to roll a dex save to see if he comes down on his feet, which, he most certainly does. Okay, so now he's on the ground at the base of the tree, staring at you, cursing, shaking his head. And does that every time he moves now, that arrow, or does that dissipate after the first time it gets him?
Brambles last for 1 minute unless he uses an action to remove them with an athletics check, DC 12.
Does it hurt to remove them?
It just says it lasts a minute.
Okay.
Or unless he successfully makes an athletics check. Otherwise, at the start of each turn for 1 minute, he takes 2d6.
Okay, fair enough. Is that the end of your turn?
Oh, I guess
You
I'll let
still
someone
have
else go.
movement and bonus action.
Yeah. I think I'll just got a good line of sight on him. I'm just gonna if he's still so he falls out of the tree. I was kind of like, I shot him, I shot his friend, he fell out of the tree. I'm just gonna start taking aim at him.
Okay.
You could conjure up
my
a
next
healing
turn.
potion to help your goblin friend.
Nice. All right.
I'm not a wizard nor a cleric.
It is her turn. And she dashes forward. Her movement is cut to 10 feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so she can get to you. She takes 2d6 damage, right? For moving again.
Betcha.
That's really special. Ooh, 8. Ouch.
Yeah. Take that.
And then she's going to swing at you with her beautiful, beautiful longsword that's kind of curved. It is a beautiful thing. Let me see something.
So Wiley, is she different than the other creatures?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's medium-sized.
Okay.
She looks to have she looks like a giant raven on 2 feet, or a giant crow. Yeah, this is crazy.
So all the other creatures kind of look like, kind of like miniature ones of her.
No, look in Discord or on stream, and that's what those little dudes you're fighting look like, because that's what that is.
And what does she look like?
She looks like a raven or a crow person.
Oh,
She's bipedal. She's in dark
Got it.
leather. She has a buckler, but you can see protruding under her hood of her cloak, which is all black, a beak, which is crazy, right? Okay, so she's going to step up, and you can see her cringing in all this bright light, and she's going to take not 1, not 2, but 3 longsword attacks at the Shadarkai, who just basically shot her out of the tree.
Whoa.
But you could very, very easily tell that she's struggling to see and function with all of this light.
I'd say I feel bad for her, but I don't.
You're
That
welcome.
is a 15.
Miss.
That is a 8.
Miss.
Whoops. Rolling with disadvantage. And then that is a, for Christ's sake, a 12.
Miss.
That misses too.
That's a miss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so she steps in and swipes between her rage very clearly having some sort of visual impediment. And she struggles to hit you and does not, but she is now in melee with you as she croaks in some unintelligible language at you, but it doesn't sound friendly.
I'll bet the linguist can translate.
Okay.
She's talking about how awesome the goblin is.
It's like, look at those slippers.
Daryl,
at
you
those
are
slippers.
in melee with one of these short guys because you stepped up.
I am.
And
Yep.
so it's going to take a swipe at you because it's their turn now with its dagger.
Go for it.
That is a 10.
Does not hit.
Okay, Hebney, same thing. You've got one on you. That is a 23.
Just barely hits.
So that is a 6 piercing,
Just barely hit.
6
Just a
piercing and 4
And?
necrotic.
That's it?
6 piercing and
And?
4 necrotic.
And
Shit.
and
Little bastards aren't very tough, but they sure can deal some damage.
Yeah, they can hit.
Okay, so that's Daryl. Hebney, you're kind of at the 10 o'clock position. One of the one at the 11 o'clock position comes to get you, Hebney. That's a natty 1, so he misses. So now you have 2 on you in melee.
Great.
They are ones, though, that you had tentacled with necrotic, so they are not looking particularly great. The other one that you hit earlier, Daryl, with your shatter,
Yep.
comes to you. That is a 17.
that misses.
That misses. Yay armor, right?
Yay, armor.
Yay freaking armor. Okay. Oh, I think that D20 belongs in this pile. Okay. So all these D20s, I guess. It's hard to keep them all figured out. All right. And let's see. Arideth, you see out of the shadows, kind of from the 5 o'clock position, another one of these dudes.
The little dude or
Yeah,
the bird
yeah,
dude? Okay.
little dudes.
Good
He
ass.
throws a dagger at you, and golly, some seriously icky rolls. It sails over your head. Okay, it is now the turn of your guide, who lays there motionless and
Well done.
remains motionless, but by some vibration in the magical divine mesh, the weave of magic, Daryl, you feel like he's made a death save.
Okay. I get where you're going.
We're back to the top of the order. That is Sir Blarg of the Knights Protector.
So
Don't give him
I'm blind until the end of my turn, right?
You are
so I
blinded
can
until the end of
solve
your
that
turn.
by ending my turn.
Yes, you could move. You can see-ish, but it's, shadows and bright light, and an attack roll would have disadvantage. They have advantage to hit you.
So I'm going to hold my action, and I'm going to hold my action. My held action is going to be if someone approaches me, if one of these enemies approaches me in melee, then I'm going to hit it with my sword. But I'm going to hold I'm going to
Can
hold
you
that
differentiate
action.
between them and your friends?
Well, that remains to be seen now, doesn't it?
It does remain to be seen because now I end my action.
Yeah. Okay, so your turn is up, and your eyes are starting to unswim. You're kind of, oh golly. Okay. Hebney, Craigbeam, you have 2 of these guys, both of which are suffering the ill effects of your necrotic tendrils, and they are in melee with you. What do you do?
I am going to swing my hammer at the one that's closest to me. I'm gonna do it two-handed. I'm gonna use an advantage.
Very well.
Oh shit, that sucks. I rolled 2 4s, so that's gonna be a 12 to hit.
12. If you wish, this is your choice.
Yep.
If you wish, you may burn a +2. If you
Yes,
do,
please.
you will hit. But you don't
Yes.
have to.
Yeah,
No,
think about it
I,
first. Don't just say yes.
No, I want to.
Okay.
I really
And
do.
all of you burned a +2 on your initiative roll, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I forgot to subtract that.
We should be down to 15, I think.
Yep, we are.
All
Okay.
right, so
So you did
I'm
hit.
I'm gonna crunch it real good. Yeah, that's not bad. That's gonna be 14
Damage?
magical bludgeoning damage.
Nice. Roll me a con save as this thing, as you bring it down upon its head, Maxwell's silver hammer, and it death flashes on you.
I'm gonna use another advantage. Whoa. That's good. That's gonna be 19.
Yeah, you're fine. Again, it's very bright, but it doesn't have the effect of blinding you. Okay, so there's only one that remains, and he's squinting, and in fact, okay, he saves.
I'm gonna turn towards him, and I'm going to use my free action to pull out a tobacco roll out of my lapel pocket, stick it in my mouth, and just gum it as I get ready to smack him with my hammer.
Okay.
You're next, pal.
It just sneers at you and tries to position for its next move. Is that your turn?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, our friend Daryl Nimblebottom, you are next in initiative. You have two guys, two of these little creatures upon you, and they are in melee with you.
And our friend is dying. Meaning
Your
he's more
guide?
like
meaning our guide is down. Domas is down and dying, and
he's
so
really more of an acquaintance.
more of an acquaintance. This is a moral dilemma. So I'm, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play D&D. I'm gonna roll. Let's see.
Right thing. Daryl, do the right thing.
Ooh. Daryl's gonna attack the guys in front of him.
Yeah.
So for
He's
whatever
only
it's
an
worth.
acquaintance.
Domas can fend for himself.
He made one save.
He's fine.
Hey,
He's
this
fine.
I rolled a 7. If it was above 10, I was gonna go help my friend. If it was below 10, I was gonna to
Wow.
fight the guy in front of me. So I guess we're
This is how he
playing.
treats his friends, I guess, huh? It comes down to a
He'll-
roll.
He'll
he
feel
killed
it if he
one.
saves.
Just
If
like
he
you
fails
said,
too
Blarg.
soon.
Just like you said.
Well, he didn't kill it yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
That.
And that guy was just an
So-
acquaintance. I mean, barely knew him.
He's got another death save. He's still be fine.
Fine.
So Daryl, how close are the guys in front of him?
Melee.
Okay. So he's going to cast first level inflict wounds on one of them. So
Okay.
it's a tough. So he rolls 22
That's a hit.
and damage is 13.
Make a con save and then describe for me how this one goes down.
Okay, con save. Ooh, 5.
You are
Uh-oh.
blinded. So you're blinded until the end of your next turn. So you have disadvantage on attack rolls, and attack rolls against you have advantage.
Okay. And so he basically takes both hands, runs up to him, grabs him by his throat, and says a small prayer to his god, and then his hands kind of shimmer, and at this point, I guess the creature explodes.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, the big flash bulb kind of effect. And it begins to burn to ash very quickly.
So blinded until the end of my next turn.
Yeah. Yep. You
Okay.
do know that there is one like right to the left of you in
Yeah.
melee. But
So-
again, you guys have seen these things. They don't seem to do well with this bright light from the sword. Yeah.
So I still have some movement.
You have your full movement, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, so full movement. He will basically move in the exact opposite direction of where this other creature is.
Okay. You do know that that would trigger an attack of opportunity from your other combatant. You're able to, if you wish to do this, that's fine. I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Happy to do it.
Okay. I'm guessing a 7 misses.
7 misses.
Okay, yeah. So you move away. Roll me a percentile.
Okay.
51 or higher. You back into a tree and need to make a dex save. 50 and below, you don't, as you're blinded and stumbling about.
29.
All right, so you manage to avoid backing into a tree, and you move how far? Back to your original position, basically.
Yeah. Original
Okay.
position, so
Yeah.
25 feet away.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. So you're just kind of, slowly backing away, both into a tree a little bit, snagged on some thorns, almost trip over a deceased fairy dragon corpse. And that ends your turn, and it is now Aerodeth's turn. Aerodeth, you have before you the hulking, sneering figure of this bird creature. You are in
Who is
melee. You also
wrapped
have
in
been
brambles.
Yeah. And you've had a dagger thrown at you from, it would be kind of diagonal to your left, which is the 4 o'clock position on the clock face. You're kind of
Okay.
turned around facing the 6.
All right. And she can move, as long as she's wrapped up, she can only move 10 feet. So, having learned my lesson,
It occurs to you that you've done yourself a good turn with this bramble arrow, knowing what you know about your adversary, because they move very, very quickly,
Okay.
and they can fly.
Right. I know something the rest of you don't, and I'll share later. So having learned my lesson the last time when I could have done something cool against the Savagers and didn't. So she's sitting in front of me. She gets 3 sword attacks, right? You said?
When she came
took
at
three-
you, she took
she
three
did?
three
Okay.
attacks at you. Yes, it was a bit
I
alarming.
will. All right. Well, knowing that she can only go 10 feet, I will just sort of smirk at her, use my bonus action, Blessing of the Raven Queen, to teleport 30 feet away from her, straight line back, and then let her have. I'll give her one of my arrows as a gift.
So you're facing the 6, facing
Yep.
her. You're going to move 30 feet in the direction of the 12.
Yep.
Okay.
But that does not put me in the unless that puts me in the face circle.
No, that thing is, remember, that's a couple 100 yards off
Okay.
through the trees. Yeah.
All right. So basically, as anything I can see within 30 feet, I can teleport to once per long rest.
Okay. Yeah. So you teleport away, poof, and reappear.
Yep.
Now you see about 15 or so feet between you and where the party is, one of those little dudes crouching at a tree, kind of with his back to you. He would have been in the kind of the 12 o'clock position. He doesn't see you. He's looking at where the party is. You've poofed, behind him. But teleport doesn't make noise, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm not Nightcrawler. I don't bamf. I poof.
If you were a wizard, you'd bamf when you poof.
I'm not a wizard. Ooh. So he's in a straight line.
Yeah.
Between me and her.
Yeah. About halfway.
Okay.
Nice laugh.
Thank you. Well, I guess we'll just go ahead and burn that second arcane shot with a piercing arrow. So I don't even have to make an attack. They both have to make dex saves, DC 12.
Okay.
And I'm not a rules lawyer, but if his back's to me doesn't know I'm there, maybe that's a disadvantage on his part. That's up to you.
Sound kind of like a rules lawyer.
The little guy saves. The lady saves. They both save.
Boogers. Oh, they still take half damage then.
Okay, so
because this arrow.
Effect. What's happening here? Yeah.
Well, basically, she was right in front of me, and I'm holding a bow. That's not real good for close-up combat, so I just smirk. And so I'm like, boop. I'm 30 feet behind, away from her, and I see her, then I see him, and I just I just release the arrow, and basically anything in a 1 foot wide path for 30 feet, they all would have to make a dex save.
Okay.
So they will take half damage. So let's see, I get arrow damage plus 1d6 and then half. Okay. So they take half of, get ready to do math. Okay, 6 plus. Okay, so 10 piercing. We gotta have this yet. Plus. All right, so 5 piercing and 2 necrotic each one.
So 7 total.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Cool effect, man. So you're roughly about 15 feet from the short little person and 30 feet from the bird lady.
Yep.
Okay, Blarg, you see Eridith and then you don't. And it's you, and you're probably 10, 12 feet from this raven bird person with this long sword.
Right.
You're kind of at the 8 on the clock face.
Okay.
And it is at about the 6. There's about 10, 12 feet between you. And then all of a sudden this flash of energy, impacts her. So you realize Eridith must be somewhere, because that's the trademark of what this Shot Archive seems to be good at, which is flashy arrow things. And okay, anything else, Eridith? That was cool.
I bonus action. I already used my action surge, so I no, because I want to. I think I'll just. No, let's get ready for the next round.
Okay. It is her turn.
No.
You see her pull the arrow out. What is my means by which
Well-
of doing this? What do I have to do to pull
Well,
it out?
my arrows just disappear after they hit. They do their damage and then just.
Well, the brambly
the-
thing.
the
grab-
Bramble thing. Okay, sorry. That's a strength check.
Okay.
Athletics,
I'm
you
sorry,
said.
athletics check. Sorry, DC 12.
Easy peasy. Pulls it out. Throws it on the ground with a sneer. And then you see these big raven wings open behind her cloak, kind of fluffing the cloak up. And she leaps to the air and flies 30 feet. Innately cast a spell requiring no material components, but I still have to burn an action or bonus action to innately cast the spell. Would that be fair? I think that would be fair. Okay.
Yeah.
So she flies up and alights in front of you and pulls her sword back, ready to carve you like a Thanksgiving Day turkey. And it is now the short people's turn, because she has expended all of her action economy.
So where is she again?
She's over by Eridith now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But okay, on the ground, or is she still 30 feet in the air?
No, she dropped to the ground.
She dropped to the ground. Okay.
Yeah, she just
I got it.
one kind of flying leap and a big and you all notice there's just crows flapping and croaking and scolding one another in the treetops as all of this is going on. Daryl, you look to your fallen friend, unable to really see him, but you can still feel his life essence as it seems to grow a bit stronger as he rolls another successful death save. So he's busy on the floor, not dying.
But
The D20s have been nice to the DM tonight. So
Our cleric says good.
Oh,
the
but I-
cleric says good.
all you hear is Daryl go, "Oh, cool.
Good job, buddy.
Cool.
Oh, good." I did just
So,
now.
Wiley, can I ask you a question about that?
No,
So
there's
when
no
I
questions allowed. Go ahead, buddy.
When I feel that energy, can I feel the direction of the energy?
Yeah, he's basically where the dragons were. This thing unfolded, and he went down like a cheap card table at the first, dagger strike. He's a
But
commoner with
guess,
4
I
HP.
guess my question is, I'll get to it with my turn.
Yeah, I got what you're doing. I got what you're doing, cleric boy.
Yep.
I know what's coming.
Little boy.
Okay, I forgot to take the turn of the little short dudes. And so
Shoot.
whirling around 15 feet away, Eridith, this guy's going to run at you with his daggers and take a swipe at you. for firing that cool, shiny energy arrow piercy thing.
Right through him.
How about a 22?
Oh, that just very solidly hits, yes.
6 piercing and 5 necrotic.
I am resistant to necrotic, so that means
So
I
2
take,
necrotic.
so
take
6
half
for
rounded down.
8.
Mm-hmm.
8 total.
Yes, sir.
Ouchie.
Are you dead?
No.
Fuck.
No.
I mean, good,
No.
good. That's good. We wouldn't want that. Yeah.
We're not
Okay,
at the 90-minute mark yet.
Yeah, so he steps up and sneers. Shadow elf, taste the steel of my blade. And he, stabs at you. Okay. Hang on, I gotta subtract the DM's advantage here. You hear Daryl running at you through the brush and the trees that, something is coming at you. And it takes a swipe at you. That's a nat 20.
Uh-oh.
And an 11. Because I have to roll with disadvantage because of the freaking goblin sword. Does a 16 hit?
No.
Well, shit. Okay, so you feel the blade and the presence of a little dude, and you feel the blade, in your armor. You in chainmail or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, your armor turns the blade. You catch like a bludgeoning, little, hit against you, but it does not pierce your armor. But you know now that this guy is on you. Let's see. There's one down in the neighborhood of Blarg. Yeah, and he's going to run at you, Blarg, and he's going to attack you.
So I held my action.
Yes,
for
so
just this
you
occasion.
may attack him simultaneously.
All right. I'm going to attack him
He came from
simultaneously.
about the 5 o'clock position and burned probably a good 20 feet to get to you of his movement. He rolls with disadvantage. Does a 16 hit?
It does.
It does. Well, fancy that. That's a 7 piercing and an 8 necrotic for 15.
Ooh. Things are looking bleak here.
It is your go. Use
so
your held action.
So I rolled a 22.
That will barely hit his AC of 14 with leather armor.
Do I get advantage on this dude because he's...
Now, why on earth would you get advantage?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
No.
Because he had disadvantage on me.
No. Nope.
No. Okay. So then I gave him... So he takes 8 piercing.
Nice.
And 8 acid damage.
Con save as he... Blinding flash.
I am going to use an advantage on that.
You don't like being blinded in the...
I didn't enjoy it
Like the
much.
Rover in the night.
It was not fun. So that's a 13 and
You're
a
DC
18.
10. Well done.
Great. DC 10.
Okay,
of
so
course.
another... Right? Hebney,
Yeah.
I think we still got a dude on you, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, dude on me.
Dude on you is going to roll at disadvantage, because again, bright light from Goblin Acid Sword. I see a 2. I feel like a 7's just not going to get the job done.
Nope.
All right. You guys are saved by the light tonight. It's excellent. Very good. Now it's Blarg's turn.
Well, so who's
Yeah, let's take
who's-
stock of the battlefield.
Yeah.
You have, probably within about 10 feet, you see Daryl standing over the prone body of Domas, looking around kind of stupidly because he's blinded. Although he's not stupid, but he looks kind of stupid because he's blind.
I'm not sure I know that.
His mouth's kind of hanging open. He happens to have one of these little dudes right there trying to attack him. You also see Hebney up there kind of toward the 10 o'clock position, maybe equally another 10, 12 feet from you. He also has a short dude on him. You see Aerodeth, probably 25 feet or so, 15 feet beyond the 12 o'clock position. He's off by himself. No. He had a melee guy too, didn't he? So he's got a guy on him.
And the bird girl.
And the bird girl. She's up there. They're about 25 feet from you.
Yeah, that seems like a long way away.
You could
How far-
easily get to Daryl or Hebney,
Yeah.
who are each locked in melee.
So I think I'm gonna go after the one that's with Daryl.
Okay. And
I'm
it
gonna
is injured
great. I'm
because
gonna
he shattered it or shattered the tree near it.
so refresh my memory. If I have an inspiration, what is that? That's a reroll.
That's
right?
a reroll of a d20. Yes.
It's a reroll of a d20. I'm gonna attack the one on Daryl.
Okay. Aerodeth, this creature in front of you is like croaking at you angrily in some language that I'm sure you don't understand. Wait a minute. You might understand. Go ahead, Blarg.
So I rolled a
Want me to-
16.
That's a hit.
Yay. So he takes 9 piercing. He takes 7 acid, and he takes sneak attack damage too because
I'll tell you what. You're free to roll and add it all up, but you've killed him.
well, it makes me happy to.
Yeah, let's hear what the damage is.
So there was an additional 7, so that's 14 and 9. So whatever that is, I'm no math wizard.
For the record, it makes us all happy.
So roll me a con save.
Oh yeah.
Good news for you, Daryl, is you're kind of immune to blindness because you're
I'm blind.
there is no such thing as blinderness, like blindnesser. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm going to. So I rolled an 8, but I'm going to use my inspiration and re-roll it.
Nice. I need you to see, Blarg.
Yeah, I'll fail this one too.
No.
I did because I rolled another 8.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh no.
Well,
Okay. So you are now blinded by the light, wrapped up like a deuce. You know, the rover in the night.
I'm going to say.
Just getting some mileage out of that one.
I'm going to say in Dwarven. Hey, I'm almost dead.
Yeah, okay.
And Daryl's going to say back, you're next. Or after the guy on the ground. You're next.
Get in line, pal.
Line.
Sure, that made me feel any better.
Here we
That's
go.
what I meant.
There's a-
Get in line.
There's a
Get
queue
line.
forming at the prone bodies. Just you
That's
know.
right. Exactly. Get in
I'll be
line.
injured over here.
That's right.
You're next.
All right, that was Blarg's turn, right?
Yep.
Hebney, you're up, man.
How far away am I from Bird Girl?
Bird girl.
You have a shorty pants on you, and you're
Okay.
probably about 20 feet from Aerodeth, the other shorty pants, and Bird Lady.
I am going to look over at Aerodeth, look at the guy in front of me, and just say, "You're not worth it." And I'm going to turn and I'm going to run towards Bird Girl.
Okay. He will go ahead and take a swipe at you as attack of opportunity using his reaction. Ooh, the dice have chilled. You managed to make your run unscathed.
All right. I am
Nice.
going to dash across, not official dash, but race across the battlefield, jump up in the air with my hammer, and I'm going to try to bring it down right on her head.
Okay.
And I'm going to use an advantage.
And you do have to jump because she is medium sized. She's all of 6'5".
Okay.
She casts a very imposing silhouette. This beautiful, curved, almost sort of like a katana sort of long sword. It's quite beautiful.
I'm going to crush her head.
Okay.
Just appreciate the beauty of the sword
No
first.
empathy, no compassion, and no appreciation for the finer
No,
things.
this is Hebney
Just-
we're talking
I know.
about.
Making.
I mean,
making
he
notes.
to be fair, Hebney appreciates fine craftsmanship. However, at the moment, he's in a rage. His eyes are absolutely bloodshot. His pupils are dilated because he's aroused, and he's coming down with the hammer on her head.
Nice.
I rolled a 21
That
to
hits.
hit,
Yep, that hits.
and let's see, damage is going to be a D10. That's not bad. That is going to be 14 magical bludgeoning damage on her cranium.
Yeah, so you hear the crack of the hammer against her skull, And she croaks and says,
Yay!
Ouch.
Oh.
That hurt.
Not dead.
So
Not
she
dead.
croaked.
Not
Why'd
dead.
you kill those beautiful little dragon creatures?
And that's my turn.
She croaks at you. You're next, stinky little gnome. Good turn. Excellent. All right, Hebney. Daryl, you are up.
So Daryl will take his staff of healing and he'll use it to kind of prod what's next to him and hopefully be able to locate where.
Okay. Yeah,
says.
so let's do this. Give me perception at disadvantage to tell which are the dragon bodies and which is Domas, knowing that Domas is quite a bit larger.
Got it. Perception. Okay.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage. 16.
Okay, you don't need to burn a +2 for that. That is sufficient.
No, but a disadvantage.
Oh, I'm sorry.
7
You,
to a 9, I guess.
yeah, no, I'm not going to make you burn the 2 because it's not going to help you because I have a DC 10. Yeah, so you think you've hit on Domas, but you're not sure.
Okay. He's gonna spend a charge of his staff of healing anyways.
Okay.
So it's a cure light wounds.
Okay, was that D8 + 4?
It is yeah, I think so. Let me just double check. It is D8 + 2.
Yeah, like I said, D8 + 2.
Yep. Let me roll it. 4 points.
Okay. So you feel the staff, that vibration that happens, the warmth course through your hands, and the staff does what the staff does. Blarg, you're also blinded, right?
Yep. Did he hit me instead?
Okay. That's a fair
Genius.
question.
Genius.
Can I lean into it?
Okay, so I have 4 creatures. I have Blarg is number 1. Domas is number 2. Let's see. Faziria is number 3, and Elenesta is number 4.
Okay.
Yeah, so you hear the voice of Domas. Oh, my side. What happened? So you seem to have healed the guide.
Healed the dumbass.
It's Domas.
Oh, well.
Domas
Domas.
Thuron.
Not dumbass.
God dang.
Wow.
Okay, anything else you wish to do, Daryl Nimbleberry?
Nimblebottom.
Dumblebottom.
Oh my god.
He is
Oh,
As you end your turn, your vision begins to clear and the blinding brightness begins to dissipate. And you see Domas seated on the ground, rubbing his side, holding this black dagger, very, very black pommel, cross piece, whatever that's called, and a very, very dark steel blade. Kind of like what you see in that guy's hands on the image.
Nope, Daryl's done.
Okay, that brings us to Erideth. Erideth, you've just had Hebney join the fray. So it's you and Hebney kind of side by side, and he made this kind of this cinematic entrance, leaping through the air, clunking the Malthus on the head with
It's
a
the
resounding
Malthus.
crack. What are you going to do?
How hurt does she look?
She looks hurt-ish, but not.
Hurt-ish.
She's going for a ways, probably.
All right. Well, I'm not a wizard, but she's right there in front of me, right? She's like,
Yeah,
she
you
ran
all are
out
in
the-
melee. You have
All
a
right.
Darkling on you.
Mhm.
You have Hebney with you. You have the
Malthus.
Malthus.
Who's been telling me in her birdie language that she's going to fillet me as soon as she kills me. So
Yes, the language of the Raven folk.
yes. So I'm holding my bow in one hand and I'll go, not today. And I will put my other hand out And because I'm not a wizard, I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt right in her face.
Oh,
I'll use an advantage. So I can try to get a good hit here.
that's slick. Pretty cool for
Set
not
up.
being a wizard.
I'm not a wizard.
He's not a wizard.
First was a 12. Come on. Oh, yeah. 21.
That'll hit.
All right. I've not used this before. What do I do here? Get off my screen. 2d8 plus 1d6. Okay, so first, she takes, please doubles. Dang. She takes 11 points of, what is it? 3 fire damage plus 1d6. I was really hoping to get doubles because then I could have hit that little booger next to her too. Plus 5. So
Nice.
16
16
total as
Yeah.
this warbling mass of energy just explodes right in her face.
Ouch. Yeah. Nice play.
And I'm gonna use my, what is this, bonus
Bonus action?
action, second win. I'm gonna get myself some hit points back here. Big numbers. That's not a big number. 5 total. Okay. I'm I already got nowhere to move because if I move, they're going to attack on me. So I guess I'm out.
That's it.
So that's all I can do. Dang, I was able to take her down in a cool way. Oh well. I'll take her
It was
down a
still
cool way.
cool. It was still cool.
Still cool.
Yeah.
Poof. Right in the face.
Okay. Very good. That was Erideth. It is now her turn. She steps up and lifts her sword and begins to attempt to fillet you.
How rude.
I'm going to burn a DM advantage to roll without disadvantage.
You don't have to.
How does that sound?
I don't like it. I'm not a fan.
That's a 7. I'll do it again. That's a... Well, I'm assuming, did a 14 hit?
No.
Okay, so but on the second one, I'm guessing a 23 gets the job done.
Barely scratches my 16 AC.
D8.
And by barely, I mean definitely.
Okay. She does 12 slashing. And then
Ouch.
she's going to use her Night Terror action
Uh-oh.
and spend a bonus action immediately after making a successful melee attack. She can cast Magic Missile through her weapon at the same target. And so you're going to take some Magic
Holy.
Missile damage.
Point
So good.
Ouchies.
That's
This is bad.
3 times 3 missiles is 9 force damage.
9 total?
Yep. And then
Oops,
she's going
not
to
you.
turn and snarl at Hebney for her final blade attack. And that, I bet that's a hit. That's 24.
Yes, sir.
And that's 7 slashing as she swirls around in this flurry. Her wings half folded, her cloak flailing. Wham! Hits you with the edge of her longsword and runs it up under your armpit.
So I think I just take half of that because I'm raging, right?
Whatever Rage says. I don't have that one mesmerized. But yeah.
Yep. All right, cool. So 3.
Yeah, the adrenaline helps, man. It's going to suck
Yeah,
tomorrow.
it sure does.
But right now you're good. And yeah, always round down.
Got it.
Yeah, you have resistance to bludgeon, pierce, and slash.
Yep. It's the first time I've played a barbarian. I'm digging it.
Yeah, it's cool, especially the gnome flavor.
Yeah.
And then for her movement, she unfurls her wings and takes to the air, affording Hebney and Erideth, what do you call those? Attacks of opportunity. And I'm going to subtract 7 DM advantages, or 3 DM advantages because I burned one on each of her attacks to counteract the disadvantage for fighting in bright light.
So we each get an attack?
You each can make an attack of opportunity as she stretches her wings. And I mean, it's like a 12, 14-foot wingspan. And begins to lift up into the trees. Do your best.
12.
For you.
12 does
12
not
to
hit.
hit.
Nope.
Would a plus
Oh,
2 get me
no.
there?
No.
Should have used an advantage. Dang.
Hebney, how'd you do?
Yep, I will. I'm gonna use my last advantage here.
Okay.
Try to knock her out of the air with my hammer.
Hammer time.
Totally missed her. That's only gonna be a 12.
Okay, yeah, it missed. So she goes 30 feet into the air. Okay. It is the Darkling's turn, and I think we're down to 1. No, there's 1 on Daryl. He missed last time. Is that right? Blarg, you ran over there, and you'd already used your melee attack, so it's Blarg and Daryl.
I actually killed the one on Daryl.
Did you kill the one on Daryl?
Yeah. 'cause
Oh,
it
that's right. You
blinded
left
me.
the one that was over there, and it missed you with an opportunity attack. I knew there was one at the bottom end and one at the top end. Okay, so that one runs to you, Blarg, and makes an attack on you with disadvantage because, again, bright light from the cool acid goblin sword. I'm guessing that a 6 misses.
Does.
It's a
Thank
crit
God.
miss. It was a 1. It's a crit miss. Arideth and Hebney. Okay, odds and evens. Arideth, your odds, because you're just odd. And Hebney, your evens.
Even keel.
That's
I'm the
a
odd one.
4. Hebney, you're going to be attacked at disadvantage by the Darkling. And I have an 11.
Misses.
Okay, yeah, so he just takes a wild swipe at you. Again, you can just tell the light that's radiating from the sword is, causing issues with these shadow creatures. Let's see, no more death saves. That brings me to Blarg. There's one dude on you, Blarg. He just tried to attack you and missed. And you're muted.
No,
Or you're,
now
or
you're
you're
muted.
being a
Am I?
smartass. There you go. It's hard to tell
What am I
which
gonna
sometimes.
do? So there's one. So I'm blind. So if I attack him, I'm at disadvantage.
You attack with disadvantage. That's correct.
Okay. I am going to use an advantage. Can I use an advantage to disadvantage me?
Yeah, that would put you at regular.
I'm going to do that.
It just counteracts the.
And then, excuse me, I'm going to stab him, hopefully. If I can find my character sheet. Well, I got to 15.
That'll hit. These guys have
Yes.
AC 14 with leather armor, no shield, and a very high dex.
So he takes 8 piercing,
Okay.
and he takes 7 acid, and I've got Daryl within 5 feet of me, right?
Yeah.
So then he takes 7 more sneak attack.
Yeah. So he implodes
yeah.
with a flash. Daryl and.
I'm already
Blarg-
blind. Haha.
Oh, that's right. You are. Daryl, hit me a con save, buddy. It's a 10-foot radius situation. You guys are right there.
Can I use a +2?
You may.
13.
Yeah, you're good. You don't even need to use the +2. It's a DC 10.
Yeah.
So you guys still have 15 of your +2s, and you've saved. You're not blinded, albeit it's kind of, geez, these damn things. Okay, the last one of those is on. There's still one up there with Hebney and Arideth. That was Blarg's turn. Anything else you want to do, Blarg?
No, I'm going to end my turn and now not be blind.
Okay, and now you're not blind. Very good. Hebney, you are up. You have with you Arideth, and there's one more of these little darklings right in front of you.
Okay. And then how far away is the Raven girl?
Basically 30 feet. She got up off the ground. She can fly 30 feet, so
I'm gonna throw a javelin at her.
Okay.
I do not have any more advantages, unfortunately, so this is gonna be a straight roll.
Okay.
I do not have a god to pray to.
You could yell at your tinker's tools or something.
God damn it! 15.
You may use a +2, and that would hit.
Okie dokie.
I mean, you don't have to. Give it some thought.
No,
I
will
they're
gladly
priceless,
do that.
rare resources.
I understand this.
I don't want to coerce
understand
you
this.
into anything you don't want to do.
No, I feel okay. This is I've given you consent.
You might want to get the consent of your party members. Just, again.
Guys.
I think it's okay.
All right.
That's good enough for me. As
So
long
you
as
stick
Blarg
her
approves.
with
Here
the
we go.
javelin. Give me some jav damage.
That's gonna be with my rage. That's gonna be 11
Ooh, nice.
piercing damage.
Nice. Yeah, so you stick her with the javelin. She squawks. And you see the crows all fluttering away as she's up in, kind of getting up into the trees. And you stick her with a javelin. And she looks
Where do you
down
think
at
you're going?
And cackles. Eat this! And pew pew pew! Magic missile. Shadow Call can cast magic missile as a reaction when it is hit by a ranged weapon attack.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, I'm not going to tell you that. So you're going to take 3 times 3, which is 9 magical force damage.
Force damage. I am not immune to force damage, or not immune, but that does not.
Not resistant. Yeah.
Yeah, resistant.
Yeah, it's all the martial stuff
Shit.
that you.
Okay.
Shit.
Oh, I dropped my tobacco.
Oh no. He's still chewing on that tobacco stick in his mouth. But that is
Nice.
the end of my turn.
Vamp Wickman just gave you an advantage, by the way. So thank you.
Hey,
for that.
Vamp,
Nice.
thanks, buddy.
Speaking of tobacco, he burned some long bottom leaves to do so. So that's pretty cool.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Nice, very nice. Okay, Daryl, you have sight. There's no threat near you. Domas is just kind of trying to get his bearings as he's been almost killed. You've healed him somewhat accidentally. Blarg is there with you. He just dropped another of the Darklings. There doesn't appear to be a threat aside from the one Darkling up on Hebney and Erideth, and then you have Raven Lady in the air 30 feet kind of to your up.
Okay. Is she kind of near like she's up, but she's kind of like in the branches close?
Yeah, she's not gaining an armor class advantage to that effect, but yeah, she's, the bright light of the sword has this whole area illuminated.
All right. So for his action, Daryl's going to cast Shatter again, close to like the branch of where she.
Sure. Yeah, there's all kind of stuff up there.
So piercing, he again holds up both hands kind of glimmer, says a small prayer, and there'll be this streaming sound that comes from this branch that then erupts into fire, and this noise then creates potentially damage. She has to do a DC 12 con check.
DC 12 con?
Yep.
That is a 21.
Okay. And then if she fails, she takes half, and that rolled 15, so that's 7.
Okay.
And then as a bonus action, he's going to cast Spiritual Weapon also at 2nd level.
Ooh, and that's a 60-foot range. So you can put that weapon right up at her.
Right. And so...
I mean, you don't have to.
Right. Oh! Do I have any... I can't re-roll that, do I? Do I have a...
Not without an inspo.
No. That was a 5.
Okay.
So
Can I give him my inspo?
Sure.
I'm gonna
What
give you
does
my
your
inspo.
spiritual weapon look like, Daryl?
Oh, yeah. No problem. So Spiritual Weapon is, for this guy, is because of who my, God is, that he... it's almost so he's got this warhammer that looks very unique, but the spiritual weapon it's almost like a replica of it, but it's 2 times the size, and that's basically what erupts from his hands as he kind of casts the spell. So
Okay.
almost identical, just as beautiful, but 2 times the size.
Okay.
So I can re-roll because Hebney is gonna give it to me, and that 9.
Yeah, and even
Plus
with
2.
a +2, you're not going to get there. She's a 16 AC.
Shit.
Well, Daryl kind of graciously nods at Hebney, and
Shit happens.
it goes about it.
Shit happens. Nice. I love it. Looks like you just got an advantage from Vamp Wickman, so I will do this. If you wish to use that advantage on your reroll, I would let you do that. I just caught that. Thank you, Vamp Wickman.
I'll try one more.
Yeah.
Okay, here it goes. Spiritual weapon times 3.
Because advantage rolls with the D20, so add
With
that
the
to
There
your
it
D20.
is. There it is.
23.
23. Oh, armor class is 25 when she's flying. Sorry, no, just kidding. That would score a hit. So give me a cinematic view of what your weapon does to her, and give me some damage.
Thanks,
Okay,
Vamp.
so again,
Thanks, Vamp.
this massive, thank you, Vamp. Massive, kind of glowing warhammer comes up and basically strikes her right across her chest, and she's got basically 2 wings that are coming out from her, right?
Yeah, she looks like a raven with legs.
Yeah, and so it basically clips like the right side of her, one of the right sided wing, and hopefully it's gonna do some significant damage here. So 6 points of damage.
Okay.
And that for my spiritual weapon, I'll get that for a total of a minute.
Yeah,
so.
that's a great spell. Okay, so this big warhammer manifests and just pounds into her side, and she croaks. It stays alight, holding her longsword, trying to defend herself from this magical divine hammer of Vilnius. She stays in the air. She's looking rough. Daryl, that was your turn. Do you wish to move or anything like that?
Daryl's going to move up to the little guy that is on Hebney.
Okay.
Because I think, isn't there one more that is on
Yes.
near Hebney? So he's going to move into melee range for that one.
Very nice. Okay. And will that end your turn?
That is it.
All right. We are to the Shadarkai non-wizard arcane archer, just so there's no confusion. Erideth,
Not a wizard.
It is your turn.
I'm going to do the voodoo that I do so well.
You do the voodoo.
Take aim. Take aim. What did you say your AC was? 16?
Yeah.
She's looking rough. All right, I'm going to burn advantage just to make sure I puck her out of the sky. Longbow shot.
So confident.
I'm glad I used the advantage because the 13 didn't do it. Come on. Oh, 14.
shit.
Wait, +2.
14 plus 2 is armor class 16.
Yes.
You've scored a hit.
Take that.
Just burning those plus
Come
2s.
on. Oh,
That's what
that's
they're there
nice.
for.
10 piercing plus. I hope this puts it over the edge. Big numbers. Middle number. 3 necrotic.
3? Okay. Yeah, she's looking rough, man. But she's up.
I wanted my cinematic victory. Oh, well.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to do in your turn?
I got nothing. Like I've done all my cool things. So.
You've done your cool things.
And
Okay.
as long as she's within 150 feet, I don't need to move. I'm just gonna stand here and keep shooting at her.
Okay.
If I need to. Unless someone else takes her out.
Great. Very good. It is her turn. And you see her, she makes a gesture of some kind, and it looks like she pulls out some little piece of wood or root or something, and she consumes it.
Uh-oh.
And she flies to the southeast. Roll me perception, and I'll ask everyone in the party to do this.
12.
12.
I got a 19.
Daryl, you're muted, buddy.
You got a 14.
14.
Okay. Blarg, you can see in the distance back toward where that circle of mushrooms, there's this luminous green mist that hangs in the thickness of the forest canopy in the direction of the circle of mushrooms. Sorry. And it's luminous. That's why you can see it. It appears to be lit up. And she flies incredibly rapidly in that direction. So what is 100 yards? That's 300 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Touchdown.
So she flies 60 feet. So she's now 90 feet from the party because she was 30. She flies 60 feet. I mean, she's like whipping flying fast. It's like, whoa. Okay. She used her action. She will then dash. Dash is double move, right?
Yep.
To go 120. So she's 210 feet from you guys. She just like goes like flying now in the direction of where the Hebney, Daryl, and Eridith remember the ring of mushrooms to be. Blarg, she's very clearly headed towards that green luminous foggish misty mist. She was 90. She just moved 60 more. So 60 plus 90 is not 210 feet. I don't know where the hell I mathed from, but 60 plus 90 puts her at 150 feet. My apologies. So she's 150 away from Eridith, Hebney, and Daryl. Blarg, you're about 20 feet closer. And that is her turn. The Darklings would go, but they appear to all be dead, as evidenced by the numerous piles of ash. Oh, there was one still on Hebney and Daryl. Yeah, so I'm going to go evens odds. Hebney, you're evens. Daryl, you're odds.
Not that I wasn't at Daryl and me. Not that.
Oh, you're there too. So we're going to go.
Not that I really want to remind you of that.
We're going to do this. We're going to go 1-2 is Hebney, 3-4 is Daryl, 5-6 is Eridith. That's a 6. It's going to swing at you with disadvantage. That is a 12, I believe. Yes,
that is
with his dagger.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So he's takes a swing at you with his dagger, and that is all he's going to do. It is Domas's turn. He's going to stand and start to look at Blarg and ask what happened. What happened?
You fell after one dagger hit you.
Oh, I'm a 4 hit point commoner. Sorry.
Yeah. Wow.
We'll go to the top of the order, which is Blarg.
So there's one of those shadowy things left.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shout out. How far away is the
Like
rest
20,
of the party from me?
20 feet.
So I don't know that I have to really shout, but I'll.
No,
but
they're
I'll,
actually because Eridith went 15 feet past. They're probably about 35 feet from you.
So I'll say so that they can hear me in common. The bird lady's going to the mushroom circle. Never thought I'd say that in my life. And then I'll not do it. I'll hold my action, my actual action, in case someone attacks me. I'll swing at it.
Okay. Very good. That brings us to Hebney. What would you like to do?
She's
150, but you do have the remaining Darkling right in front of you guys that just took a poke at Eridith and missed.
I'm going to start running towards the lady, the crow lady, the raven lady.
Okay.
Shit. I guess I'm gonna use. I can't even get there because I only have 25 feet. I can't get within distance.
Yeah, she's
Nope,
150.
Yeah, I thought if I had 30 feet, I could get there for a long distance javelin throw. But I'm gonna smack this little bastard.
Okay.
that's in front of us and just end this so we can move on. I will use Vamp's advantage here. Thank you, Vamp.
Nice.
Here
Do
we
your thing, man.
go with a Warhammer. Attack Warhammer. There we go. Oh, that's good. That's a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that's 10 over AC. That should do it.
And that's going to be 16 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, let's have Eridith, Daryl, and Hebney roll me a con save as the death flash ignites.
15.
Okay.
On the side of them.
And it burns to ash. Hebney, you're
We have-
not blinded.
What do we have to beat?
DC 10.
10. Do I use an advantage?
And then I'll call out, I'll say,
Oh,
grab the
20.
fairy dragons. We've got to get them to the mushroom circle. And then he's gonna use his 25 feet of movement to start racing after the bird lady.
Okay, Eridith, you saved. Daryl,
Yep.
how did you do?
12. Save.
Okay, so neither of you are blinded. That's Hebney's turn. Daryl, what do you do?
So Daryl, he's gonna try to do this. We'll see what happens. He's gonna run away from where he is and towards the bird lady, and he's gonna cast fog cloud on her.
Okay,
And
you can you got 25 or 30 feet of movement.
I get 25, and fog cloud's 120.
Okay, that puts you there. Within
Okay.
it's 5 feet to spare.
Right. And so we cast this on this creature.
Check chat. For advantages are forthcoming from Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
So fog
Thanks,
cloud,
Rob.
20-foot radius sphere of fog centered on a point within range. Right on the lady.
Right on her.
Okay. Heavily obscured. What the fuck does that mean?
Means her.
Means instant death.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
It's the
was
only
like-
thing that I had that was that far away that I could
Well-
do anything.
is your spiritual weapon still up?
Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah.
It only moves 20 though. She flew away from it very quickly.
Yeah, but and we have no one else around, right? So yeah, spiritual weapon is it's an extra.
Oh. So heavily obscured area, such as darkness, opaque fog, dense foliage, blocks vision entirely, effectively suffers from blinded condition when trying to see something in that area. So attack rolls have advantage. Its attack rolls have disadvantage, and it auto fails any ability check that requires sight. Okay.
But because it's in the obscured area, we would have a disadvantage on attacking it, I believe.
Yeah, that's
Because
interesting.
it affects our ability to see it.
Right.
It's-
Yeah, I
yep.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying with that. That makes sense. But the spell, heavily obscured. Let me see. Oh, when trying to see something in that area. Yep, you're right. That's exactly what it says.
Maybe that was I was trying to make it so that she would have no idea where she's going. But maybe I just made it really hard for us
Presence
to
or
actually.
absence of light in an environment creates 3 categories of illuminated. Okay.
I can't imagine it would know where it's going in the middle of dense fog, but maybe.
Okay. And it's a 20-foot sphere,
try.
correct?
20-foot sphere.
Yeah. Thanks for those bits, Canadian Ancient Gamer. That is outstanding, my friend. Thank you. Okay, Hebney, anything else? And you've run, how much movement does a dwarf have? 25?
25.
Okay, so you're basically back down by the dead bodies.
Yep.
With Blarg and Hebney. Eridith, it is your turn.
She's 150 feet.
She's
so now
150, and she's now heavily obscured in a ball
obscured.
of thick,
Well-
heavy fog in the trees.
Well, I was tracking where she was going, and so right as that fog appeared, I'm going to use an advantage. I don't know. If
Okay,
that's-
so it would be a
that's still
regular.
disadvantage?
No, it's a regular attack roll. Anytime you have advantage or disadvantage, if you use the opposite with it, it just cancels
Right.
it.
I know. That was what I mean. I could just say I'm going to shoot where I think she is and get an
Yeah.
advantage on the attack. But all right,
Doesn't
come on,
work
big
that
numbers.
way.
Big numbers.
but it's just a regular attack roll. To
Seven-
which,
seven-
if you needed,
17?
that's a hit. No need to
Is that a
roll or
hit?
add a +2. Thanks, Patrick. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for bouncing in. Adieu.
12 piercing plus 1 necrotic.
How do you wish to do this?
Nice.
So she was flying away, and all of a sudden, it was dark for her. But I was tracking where she was heading, and I just pull back and I say, "You will the Raven Queen will fillet your soul for the next 100 years." As I release the arrow and pluck her out of the sky.
Black Arrow, I've saved you to last. You've never failed me, and I've always recovered you. Oh, wait, sorry.
Nope, I don't recover any of these.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
one and done.
Yeah, so you guys see this dark shadow drop out of the fog ball and fall with a crash to the forest floor. And crows.
Tell your friends.
Perception.
Perception.
13.
I got an 8.
I got a 5. I'm just still kind of jonesing to the hit. I'm not really paying attention.
21.
Daryl, you had noticed off in the distance in the direction of the mushroom ring that there was this green luminescent mist fog that was hanging in the forest. And you see it begins to just dissipate and extinguish. And it no longer illuminates that area of the forest, and all grows quiet as Domas looks at all of you in absolute what was that? What were those little men with the dagger? What just happened?
They were Darklings, and that
What's
was
a
their
Darkling?
leader. They are
Dead.
dead.
They're each
They
a
are-
little pile of
let
ashes,
me-
as a matter of fact.
Let
They
me
are-
look this up exactly what
They
they
are.
are.
They are Fey. They are from the Fey realm. Fey creatures, very nasty. Not as nasty as the Malphus, who was their leader.
Ancient legends
There-
speak of a Seelie Fae who betrayed the Summer Queen. In the Summer Queen's wrath, she cursed every member of his house. The Seelie Fae's true name has been stricken from history, but the stories call him Doob Katha, Dark Crow in common, and other Fae refer to the house's descendants as Doob Sith, Darklings. They
Some creepy
quietly
shit, Eridith.
ply their
do you know-
trade as thieves and assassins.
And
How
the
do you know
Malphus,
so much about him?
He's a wizard.
We've heard. I'm not a wizard. We
He
have
knows
heard.
those types of
Clearly, I'm not a wizard with all the spells I just cast. But we have heard of their kind. And we're in the Shadowfell. Wherever I'm
Shadowfell.
from.
Shadowfell.
Thank you. Wherever I'm from.
Shadowfell. I thought you were from the city of Greyhawk.
We'll have plenty of time to discuss origin stories, but I think we should take these bodies and lay them to rest. What do you say, Daryl? Help me out, would you?
So Daryl comes over, grabs the tail end of one, and helps Ebony.
Yeah, they're
bring
just
him back into-
cat-sized. They're cat-sized little
So grab-
dragons, yeah.
Okay,
It's pretty
grabs
big for
the
a
other
gnome.
one,
Yeah, oh yeah, you know what? Now that you mention it, for the gnome, yeah.
and brings him back over to the circle where they were gonna lay them.
On your way to the mushroom circle, you do come across the corpse of the fallen Malphus. Splayed out, buckler strapped to one arm, sword fallen beside her, cloak, studded leather armor, as she lay there silently in the night.
Daryl kind of yells over to Blarg, "Looter!" That's what
I didn't know Blarg could play the lute.
I think Blarg is going to. I think Blarg is going to go down to one knee. He's going to go down to one knee.
Are you okay?
Well, I'm not real good.
All right, take a breather.
So Daryl at that point didn't realize how bad Blarg was, and he drops or hands the yes, the body of the fairy dragon, and then comes over and let's see, how many do I have left here? I think I got, cast cure wounds first level on my buddy Blarg. Ooh,
Yay.
it gives him 10 points.
All right.
Nice.
Hey, thanks.
Now get your ass over here. You're healed. Help us. No, I'm just-
Start looting.
Aerodeth will be heading towards the corpse. Oh. I was now let's take the cloak, take the sword, take the buckler. I don't know. I'm not a wizard, so I can't identify anything magical. So long sword or a short sword? I say we take that. And take the cloak and the buckler and nothing else. Any pouch. Probably.
Chip money.
Okay. And kind of just more like a status symbol kind of, but okay. All right. Anything or pouches, money, anything else? All right. They all serve the Raven Queen.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, maybe that word on the sword's an activation word for the sword, like mine. Mine has an activation word. Maybe that's an activation word.
What's your activation
think-
word?
Char.
And then it's hope it's not in the scabbard.
I think you have to hold it.
It was a very good strategy of used there to illuminate your sword to give them this advantage to what they were doing.
Well, it's not my first rodeo.
Mhm. Yeah. Yes, I was being a little bit facetious. All right.
Yes. Lay them inside the ring and step back. And Hebney kind of looks at Doc and kind of gives him a little elbow. Or sorry, not Doc. Daryl gives him a little elbow.
How did Bob get in there?
What are you doing
All of a
here?
sudden, so Daryl kind of steps up and he actually he takes off his shield and his hammer off his back, and he brings both hands out, almost like he's trying to ask for the people to hold his hands around, to hold his hands. And see, Hebney obviously just clearly bats one of them away, but that's right. But then he says a small prayer saying that these are creatures that are clearly friends of our friends, and we need to protect them and save them and do what we can to bring them back into a peaceful place for the remaining portion of their existence. And with that, he kind of opens up his eyes and looks around and sees that he's the only one that's standing around these bodies. But he picks up his shield and his hammer again.
Oh, you're muted.
He's the god of sky and weather. That's what he is. So domains of air, travel, water, and weather. Okay. Gotta get back to D&D Beyond. Yeah, that is a 12.
Natural 20.
I got a 10.
Yeah, 5. I am not paying attention. Right as she was starting to fade away, I'll reply in Elven, they were avenged.
Man, was my mic muted? Did you guys catch any of that?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
we heard you.
all of it. Yeah, we heard all of it.
That's
said we
weird
leveled
because
up.
my mic
Is
was
that-
muted. No, I did not say that. Domas just weeps openly and falls to his knees, just weeping at the sight of what just happened. All of you are moved. Make me con saves
Hebney's very uncomfortable with Domas crying.
to do the same. Hebney, you can roll. Hebney, you can roll your con save at advantage with a +5.
Oh,
21 for Daryl.
14.
I got a nat 20.
Okay.
So
21.
22.
So none of you are moved to tears, although you do feel the strong pull at your heartstrings, particularly you, Erideth. The beauty of this moment, the poignancy of what just happened, the knowledge that you've avenged and granted peace to the souls of the fallen fairy dragons. And the forest is silent as Domas just sits down, not even up on his haunches now, just his posterior fully down on his calves as he kneels and sits and sobs.
What's wrong with him?
I'm just going to say it. These Fae are pretty weird.
Agreed.
While he's saying that, I'm going to be dragging the Malphus body over closer to the circle and just sort of toss her down. Just, not any kind of nice, arrangement. Just sort of drop her there, and then I'm going to take a dagger out. And she's wearing leather armor, you said?
Yeah.
I'm going to carve the symbol of the blood talon, which is like the three scratch marks in her leather armor, and just sort of leave it there as a message to any others that would want to come through.
Did we already loot her?
Yeah, I mean,
Body?
we didn't take her. Unless you want to take her armor, but
No, but we took
we
the
got
other
it.
stuff.
I took her weapon, her cloak, her buckler, and the sword. And we can.
Okay.
I don't know if it's magical or not. We can get it checked out back in town.
Yep.
But
Cool.
I'm just leaving a message for any other Fae that come through that might want to turn around and go back.
You have a
You're
Zoom
not one of
message,
those-
Carl.
You don't often see. And I was going to make a comment. You don't often see autumn eldrins. They are quite beautiful. The elf.
You're not one of these Fays, are you?
I'm elven.
I thought you said you were from Greyhawk, the free city of Greyhawk. I mean, you're all pale. I thought you were like one of those people in the free city of Greyhawk they make themselves all pale and they think the world's ending and they're all sad all the time.
It does sound somewhat like home, but no, not from Greyhawk.
Well, I don't want to offend you, but that Fae place is pretty weird.
It is different than here, certainly.
But good use of spells. I mean, you're a capable wizard from what I could see, and I didn't see a lot of it.
I'm not a wizard.
It's true. Blarg was blinded for most of it.
Right.
So
not a
Daryl
wizard.
kind of brings the group together and says to Domas, don't you think we should be heading back to Calver's Cove?
He looks at you all and kind of rubs his eyes and gets to his feet. Hang on a second. As you get close to him, you get this very strong smell of lavender coming from him. and he has this virile healthness about him. He looks as if he's somehow been changed by this experience. Yeah. He's like, yes, we should. This has been quite a thing. I need to see my wife, but I think that this place, now that I know of it, I shall guard it, and I think I shall name it, and I think I shall come back here often. I feel somehow connected to this place. Yeah.
I wonder if we could maybe find a safe spot to, maybe take 5 before we head back.
Yeah, you could easily take a short rest right now if you wish, or you could camp. You're probably what is it, 3 miles an hour? So, yeah, you're probably. I mean, you will have been on foot all night long and into the mid-morning by the time you get back to Caverick's Cove, should you decide to turn and go back, which you could do. Or if you wish to camp and then go back.
Probably wiser to camp, I'm thinking. Looking around at the shape we're all in.
Perhaps the forest will look upon us positively since we've done a good thing here tonight.
Domas nods. Camp. I feel that will be the case, especially if we camp near the Fey Crossing.
I'm
going to search the trees for any more murders of crows.
It's easy to tell there are none anywhere, or you would hear them. Yeah, crows don't sit silently, and there are none. The forest is quiet.
Well, okay, set camp then.
All right.
Yep.
So you guys set camp.
Anybody have any more healing spells before they rest and regain their spell slots?
Yes. I can give you one more. That's my my last one.
Who needs it the most?
Well, I'm at 14.
I'm at 10.
Okay. So how about I do this? How about we do
give it to your buddy Blarg, who saved your life like 5 times during the combat.
Yeah, I can give it to my buddy Blarg. And then what I will do for Aerodeth is I'll hit Aerodeth up with a one from my healing staff. And so
did I hear you say you were going to beat Aerodeth with your staff?
I'm gonna
hit him.
It's the staff of healing.
I'm gonna hit him up with
You're feeling better.
So for Blarg, 4 points.
Oh, right.
Sorry. And then for Aerodeth, 5 points.
There you go.
But 3 bludgeoning damage to come along with it. 5 healing.
It was just a little tap.
Now he rolled a natural 20.
Yeah, critical hit. Nice. Max damage plus a die roll. Yeah. Plus your strength. Don't forget your strength bonus. Okay, so the night passes very quietly. You hear all the things you would expect to hear in the depths of a dense forest. And this place just feels old, particularly the closer you got to the Fey Crossing, the fairy circle, if you will, the older, the mustier the forest felt, the closer around you it felt. But the night passes uneventfully, and you awaken. It's dimly lit. It's probably, the sun is out, but again, the canopy of this forest is thick. When you awaken, Domas is already up. He has a fire going. You see he is roasting on a makeshift spit several small rodents, probably squirrels.
So that was a long rest in our rule.
That is a long rest. So you will regain half of the damage you had taken from the previous day. So whatever damage you were down by, you get half of that back on a long rest. Any hit die that you may have spent, which I don't believe anybody spent any hit die. So you don't have any to get back.
So the only other thing I can do, so everyone should check their. I have 2 more charges left that I can spend on my staff, and they'll all regain at dawn. So I may as well use them.
Use them before bed, or did you use them all already before bed?
No, I have 2 left, and so I used 1, but I've got 2 more. So after you guys have done, I guess I'll give Chris, or I'll give Blarg and Aerodeth 1 more each, just so that, because it's going to reset anyways.
Yeah, might as well.
It's coming at us.
Let me do this. I'm coming at you. Let me roll here. Sorry. So Blarg takes another 7 of healing.
And that's before your long rest.
That's correct. And then Aerodeth will take another 6.
Great.
And now I'm done.
Woke up feeling pretty good.
So, how do we do, like, if it's an odd number? If I have an odd number left, do I round down?
Always
up?
round down.
That
Everything
sucks.
rounds down. Yep.
Okay. So that's okay.
So everybody long rests, do your math on whatever, healing damage.
And spells, how are we doing spells here?
Those spell slots are all recovered. They're
Okay.
normal. Yeah.
If you're a wizard.
I mean, for those of you.
That's right.
Okay, so it's the next morning. Again, Domas has cooked roasted squirrel. He's got everything, ready to go so that you can eat, and be on your way as soon as the meal is complete. I hope everyone slept well. I still don't quite understand all that happened, but I somehow feel different or touched by what we saw. Melindra will be most pleased with what we're able to do. So we should be on our way then. Yes?
Aye.
Yeah, I'm glad we were able to help those dragons. Although I guess we didn't really. They're still dead.
Well, you've brought them home.
Speaking of,
They were revenged.
All right, so he begins to lead you back out to the road, and back to Caverick's Cove. And it is there. I think we'll go ahead and hit the pause button. All right, we managed to get, after our technical
Nice.
difficulties, we managed to get a 4-hour game in, man. That was fun.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. And we didn't die.
So
Yeah,
has everybody
we were
got your hit
close,
points
though.
figured out?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so next time we play, we will pick up, it's 11 Patch Wall. And you'll get back to Caverick's Cove late afternoon. So we can kind of pick up there where you can go back and go back to the Centaur and hopefully reconnect with Baldwin O'Farrell and so forth. And wow, great job, you guys.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah,
Thank you
good
so
game.
much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that
Good
was
stuff.
awesome. Domas, when you do reach before you hit the wall at Caverick's Cove, he will stop at his home and go be with his family and leave you to your business in Caverick's Cove. trusting that you will explain everything that happened to Melindra. All right, well, great job tonight, guys. That got a little dicey. Got a little close.
I wasn't worried.
Me
worried?
neither.
We were fine.
You weren't worried, were you?
I'll tell you what helped was having the everything was coming at you melee-wise with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that sword, Chris, that you have?
It's a flame tongue sword, except it's acid. So it's an acid tongue sword,
Wow.
and it gives off when it ignites, it gives off bright light at 40 feet. And I think dim light beyond that even.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Jeez. That's really cool.
Yeah, just so I mean, any other case, like cool, but not mechanically relevant. But these creatures have sensitivity to sunlight, kind of like Drow, or it's actually specifically listed bright light. So,
Amazing.
yeah, so that worked out nicely. I thought she was going to get away. She almost got away.
So close.
She was headed back to the Shadowfell. But you got her. All right, well let's go around the horn. I'd like to thank our viewers. DM Samuel, thank you for all those gift subs. Got some bits from Canadian Ancient Gamer. It was very cool to have the creator of the adventure, Carlos. The Fey Forest and Fairy Dragons are all part of his module. I added the encounter, but the seeds of the story are in the actual module. So anybody interested in getting any of Carlos's adventures, I've dropped a couple of times now. His Twitch channel, his website is Castle Enter. I can't talk and type at the freaking same time. So why don't you guys start the outros? Blarg, tell us what we can know about you, where we can find you.
Hey everybody, I'm Chris WikiBA on Discord and Twitch. You really can't find me anywhere unless you're here. I play. This is the only game I play in. It's normally we stream it on Sundays at 1:30 Eastern time. And it's been a blast. It's been a great game. The adventure is awesome. The group is great. I think we got a lot of interesting things going. So hope you'll tune in and watch us next time.
Yeah, hope so too. All right, so I dropped Carlos's website in there, so if you're interested in buying any of his stuff, including While on the Road to Caveric's Cove, you may do so. Let's hear from Aerodeth.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carl. I'm Carnage on the Discord and Twitch, etc. If you want to see me play D&D, you need to. I only play on Sunday afternoons. That's the only time I play, unless we move to Saturday night due to life conflicts. So, nope, this is the only game I play in. I agree. This was a good group, good adventure, good module, and tonight was particularly fun. So.
Good fun indeed. All right, very good. Daryl Nimblebottom.
Hey, my name's Bob, or Dog Shoulder. I play Daryl, and it's been great tonight. I appreciate the adventure and look forward to our next sessions. The only other place that I will play, at least online, is on Friday nights. Every night with Phantom, we do Friday Night Crusades over on the Blue Box Discord channel, and everyone's invited to come in, roll up a character, and play. So it's a lot of fun over there as well.
Nice. Very cool. All right, last but certainly not least, Dave, DM Dave. Dave, I did post the link there in chat to all your stuff.
Thanks.
So yeah, man, tell us where we can find you.
Yeah, I'd love to. I just want to say thank you so much, Scott and you guys. This has been super fun. I'm really enjoying this adventure. My name's DM Dave. You can find me over at the Guild Superior Twitch channel. I run a Greyhawk game called Beyond Saltmarsh on Wednesdays, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then I play on Thursdays in a crazy game called Kids on Brooms. We do a lot of crazy stuff on our channel and have a good time and raise money for charity and all that good stuff.
Nice.
So come and check us out. I'm just having a blast playing the cranky old Hebney Cragbeam. Just a heart of gold, this guy, and I can't wait to see what happens as we dive into this adventure more. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Nice. And I am Wiley Hobbit, your host, your Dungeon Master. We do play, typically this game normally runs 1:30 p.m., as was said before, 1:30 p.m. Sundays, Eastern Time. And then our other game is a Forgotten Realms game. We play Monday nights at 7:30 p.m., also Eastern Standard Time. And that game is going through a little bit of a transition. We are also going to be playing through the Saltmarsh adventures, but we're going to set it in the Forgotten Realms. And I put the wrong website there. I put literally Castle Entertainment. It's actually CASL Entertainment dot. Come on, typing. You can do it. .com. I cannot type and speak at the same time. Yes, Asher, sacrilege on Saltmarsh in the Forgotten Realms, but I tried to get them to somehow find themselves in Greyhawk, but they just wouldn't do it. So, all right, but yeah, we got all of our characters are all backstoried and hooked in Forgotten Realms, so makes sense. So we're gonna raid Praetor's Rejects. Everybody, give them a shout when we get in there. Praetor's Rejects is another Greyhawk game. Greyhawk D&D stream. Although I've seen them play some Dark Sun. They play all kind of cool stuff over there. But Duff was one of the organizers at GaryCon. So when you get in there, give them a shout. And they are playing Rise Up Against the Slave Lords. He's got an all-ladies game going tonight. Really cool game. So give them something obnoxious when we get in there. And we'll see you all the next time we play Secrets of the Flanaess.
See you next time.
Bye, guys. Thank you.